Crossover, you just crossed him over against another victim to the crossover. Cross him up and sit it down.
Powered by the crossover, powered by Everload Concrete Repair. Concrete.com. Josh. Hey.
Hello.
Yo. How you doing?
Good.
Good. All right.
Good.
Sounds very convincing, all three.
I am doing fine. I'm doing legitimately good. I don't think John's doing well.
Why? Is he in football again?
No, I've been working with John for 10 years. I know your tone.
My tone?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay.
John has a really nice ability to flip the switch.
I'm hoping that let's flip it right now. We'll flip together. The flip.
There's nothing to flip.
Oh.
You want me to flip? I'll flip.
I will say,
Let's flip out on that garish outfit that you're wearing.
Great outfit. Lovely outfit.
I mean, why don't you just put a big L on your head? Loser.
he seems fine today.
Okay.
Well, you wanted me to flip, and I flipped.
Oh, he flipped. He's flipped all right.
I'm
Yeah.
fine.
He's
I'm
come in
good.
before and said less. You know?
That's true.
I always track how many words John says before the show. He's
What,
more.
we got an amateur psychologist in here?
Yeah, I just want to know what kind of day it's going to be.
We need to do the vibe check. See?
It's going to be a fun.
Okay, thank you.
What?
Jeez. Everything
I
you say.
hate to let y'all know, but you suck as psychologists.
What?
Okay.
That's shocking information.
You do.
Shocking.
I'm good, man. Everything was fine. I planted some more plants this weekend.
That's what you do with plants.
So see,
Balls up.
Oh,
yeah,
sweating.
Gasmo, but it was too hot.
No, I was determined to gas mode. I will not be deterred
I
by
played
my Saturday afternoon tradition.
9 holes of golf, but it ended at 9 o'clock in the morning. I got 9 holes in before 9, but we were playing over at Benson. The most bugs I've ever experienced.
There was this guy.
That doesn't sound fun.
If we were still doing quarters, I would have stopped myself, but we're not. I was running, finished my run. This guy goes, "Hey, have you got bit by a lot of bugs today?" And I go, "Yeah, actually I have." And he goes, "All right." I think he just wanted to make sure he wasn't crazy. Yeah, it was.
See you later. I got some bug bites right now.
We did
Right there.
27 holes frolping the other day. Nice. Got bit up all over. Yep. Went to Springfield and Gretna.
Do you guys use bug repellent?
No.
Sometimes for a while.
I don't either. I found out about these bug repellent patches, though. They almost look like, like Nicorette patches.
I've heard of
So you
that.
put it on your body. You put it on your body and it repels the bugs. I put 3 of them on me on Friday night.
Great. I'm a little intrigued now.
Yeah. I put one on my face and they were like, probably don't do
Yeah, don't put that on your. That feels like chemicals.
it. It definitely is.
shouldn't be near your
I
face.
put one on each of my calves.
I don't like the idea of.
The idea is just put on one.
Maybe.
He put on 3 and he was good to go.
Yeah. I don't know what the idea
I don't like
is.
the idea of bug spray because if I put something like that on my body or like sunscreen, I want to shower, and so it's just this extra thing that I would have to do before I go to bed. But doing a little sticker, don't hate that idea.
Yeah, they sell them in gigantic packs, apparently. I just found out about these on Friday night.
Do you have to be
I'm
careful?
unclear if it worked.
Do you have to be careful putting those on? It's like, hey, make sure these chemicals don't soak in you. Well, I guess it's probably the same stuff as a bug.
But the chemicals are like on the outside. It's a sticker on one side and it's the whatever on the outside.
Right.
You
But
know.
placing it, I don't know if they'd be like, hey, be careful.
I mean, you're spraying it with an aerosol spray can on your
Don't
skin.
touch your eyes after you apply this.
We're bearing the lead because this came up in the crossover today. Congratulations to Connor Happer. I learned today, was watching the show. You're going to be a dad. I had no idea.
You just learned this?
That is so cool.
Wow.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
And another great news life item being broken on 1620 The Zone.
It happens a lot.
So you're adopting a dog.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Happer.
Finally, just 180. I was like, time for a dog.
I don't hate dogs anymore.
Nice.
I'm very happy for you. Very happy for you and your wife.
Thank you.
Getting a dog.
See, I was confused when I saw the tweet. I thought, oh, it happened already?
It did not.
Okay.
Some other people were also confused.
Well,
I
it's funny.
received a couple texts after that.
Yeah, because I follow
Including one from his wife.
I follow your wife on Twitter, and so she said breaking news. I thought it was like coming up on the Connor Happer show. I was like, oh, I'll watch the first segment today live, and I'll see him announce it. How fun will that be? And he never said anything.
No.
So then I texted him during the break, and I said, hey, when are you going to break the news? And he goes, oh, Peter already did.
So I saw the breaking news tweet because I also follow Happer's wife.
Oh wow.
And I just assumed it was a thing that happened, and then I didn't find out that the Peterman had broke it until after I saw your tweet.
I mean, to be fair, I told Peter this throughout the show. I really wanted exactly what happened to happen, but just not by Peter. Because
Yeah.
now Peter feels bad.
Oh, he felt really bad.
Yeah. And I had to explain to him that I don't care at all. But I wanted to accidentally do it. I wanted Josh to accidentally do it one day.
I just kept wondering if because we're getting very close.
You probably forgot, honestly.
No, I didn't. I knew that you had mentioned on the air. I knew that you had. And so I was like, is he just going to play out the string and then suddenly not come to work? And I'm like, oh yeah, he's not here anymore.
That would have happened.
And then you do weird doing a radio show and it's a picture of your kid.
Oh,
But I wouldn't have been doing a radio show.
you wouldn't know. Yeah, we're not doing.
Yeah, just when you come back, just a few, however many weeks later.
You guys probably would have had a lot of questions for the weeks that I'm going to be gone.
Well, the
Are
question.
you going to be gone weeks?
That's the question that I had. How many days do we get at 1620 the zone?
Do you want me to say?
Yeah.
You can get as much as 6 weeks.
Nice. Are you going to take all 6 weeks?
No.
Oh, is it because it's football season?
That's part of it.
Like if you were having a baby in May. Well, I guess let's say right after the cultural series.
Damn, that would have been pretty tempting,
It would have, right?
would have been pretty tempting.
Should have had sex a few weeks earlier.
No, I'm not taking the full 6 weeks. Probably
3 weeks.
2.
Are you going to do the shaper plan and save the other 3?
2, 3, 4. I don't think that's possible.
Sad.
I should ask.
You just do.
Yeah, you just take what you take. That's it. So, yeah, I'll be gone for the first part of August. Good time to theoretically.
I guess it's not great. I don't know. When
I know.
take off?
Like
work, huh?
I don't know. I took 4 days off.
It's a different time.
I feel
Yes,
like
it was.
we are currently going through the difficult part
Yes.
of some.
And so you're skipping some of the fun parts.
Yeah.
When it's football season in August.
I'll probably, the chunkies might have to happen without me this year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's filling?
The chunkies.
The chunkies.
He's not a 6A to 6 peer.
Thanks for listening, John.
No.
Very famous award show.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Mhm.
I can't listen every second of every day.
I know. But some people do.
Yeah, we
Like
love those
Josh.
people. Yeah, love Happer's show. It's a very funny show.
Hashtag lunch with Happer.
Lunch with Happer. Today, my wife and I had lunch together at home, so I was not listening to your radio show while we ate.
It's okay.
Your wife hates Connor Happer.
No, we were having
Tough look.
conversations, Nick.
Mm.
Should look it up sometime.
You ever
Talk to
thought
the
about a
spiders in my
conversation?
house all the time.
Oh, nice. Look at that. It's Dusty again.
So yeah, that's the news.
Who's filling in?
Many people.
Oh,
On many sides.
Many people on.
we used to have this
sides.
super deep bench.
Yeah, no more.
How deep is the bench these days?
I'd say
Is Mike Schaefer going to do a full show by himself?
How deep do you think Nebraska's quarterback room is?
One person.
Oh, now come on.
1.5 persons.
Yeah, if you
So we
combine
have
all the
no
rest of the
confidence
people,
in Danny Kaelin at all.
Not this.
Friend
Not
of
this.
he's
the
like the
program.
Not
fourth
this-
string.
Yeah, he's the
quarterback.
fourth stringer. Not this year, John.
Not this year.
Not. I don't have faith in him this year.
You know he's the same age as Dylan.
Yeah, but he's not as good as Dylan.
Correct.
He was pretty good last year.
Was he actually though?
He was okay.
Yeah.
Josh, he's going to start
Well, he
shushing
wasn't
you.
a disaster.
No, well, but he wasn't like.
John, are you currently making the argument that Daniel Kaelin is as good as Dylan Raiola?
No,
who's
I'm
the
just
1620
saying,
the zone version of
I'm
Daniel
just not
Kaelin?
throwing him out. I'm just not throwing him under the bus and saying, there's like 1.5 people in the.
How many
quarterback
people do
room.
you think are in the quarterback room?
3.
Whoa,
3 more?
No, 3.
3 total.
There are 3.
that's a good question for Jack. Let's ask him later.
There are 3.
Who are we taking out? Who are you?
Oh,
I mean, and how are you answering the question?
who would you if the quarterback went down? You know, would it go bad? Is kind of how I was thinking about it.
Well, but define bad.
Sub 500 again?
Like last year?
Last year.
Yeah, last year. Yeah.
Would they get to the
I
fourth
still say
string last
I
year?
still say 3.
Wow.
Third.
Okay.
Who's the odd man out?
Or is that just a
NAIA
combination?
boy?
Well, I'm not counting.
Oh, is this like
Because
Bill
there
Co-
are 4 total people.
Yes.
Right?
And the
4 total
walk-ons.
people. So he's saying that 3. He's not
I'm
saying 3 of
it's-
them are viable.
I'm
A
saying
grand
Dylan
total.
and Danny and Heine.
Harbor?
Okay, you are out on Mr. Gramstad. Wow.
Yeah,
Sean, he won the Heisman or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Say that to Jack's face later.
0%. But you could do an amalgamation of all 4 of them.
Because I have full
two and a
faith
half.
in
Like when you add
confidence that-
60% plus 60%, it's not 120%.
So you're saying
What?
1 grand total. You're saying 1 out of 4.
Maybe 1.5.
Okay.
1 is
1
maybe
and a half.
harsh. Yeah. So all that to say, is that how many fill-ins we have
I'd say
now?
we got a big
Is it like
big
the
big bench.
Big
ni-
bench.
1995 Nebraska quarterback room?
It's
Big,
just like-
big shoes.
1994 quarterback room?
Yep.
Awesome. I can't wait to hear these people.
You guys will find out. You'll do crossovers with them all.
Oh, yeah. We get to do the crossover.
Okay.
Very exciting. I'm excited to see who these people are.
Yeah, me
know.
too.
Have we met them before?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, surprises are always fun.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
You brought up somebody on your show today because I was listening.
Mike Schaefer.
No, you brought up in passing Jake Bogus, and it reminded me that in the past he said, hey, if you ever need a fill-in, you should reach out. And I keep forgetting to reach out. I should see if Jake wants to do any shows.
It is the summer. He's not working. He's a teacher.
Yeah, but it seems like school starts in like a week.
Yeah, it does start earlier.
Starts so early.
Really?
Not in a week. Like I'm being a little facetious, but not by that
What are they
much.
doing
Yeah.
in Lincoln,
I mean-
John?
It's like a month and a half, I think.
No. Oh, it's not a month and a half, Nick. I talked
No?
to somebody recently who I talked to a teacher.
Oh,
Who did
no.
I talk
They're
to?
way back.
They're
before
going back to
September.
school on like the 2nd to start doing stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's a month and a half. What is this? 1968?
Like August 15th.
Yeah, like
was too
second
early
week
for
of
me growing
August,
up.
they were back in school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been, right? Like first day of school
Yeah,
is in the
it's-
neighborhood of the 15th or
Yeah.
16th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I come
Gross.
back from my trip to Iowa, and they're like going to school. I was like, whoa,
That's
when did this
right.
happen?
John, I forgot about John's vacation.
Yeah,
John's-
it'll be coming
Knoxville
up.
John.
Charles writes the Connor Happer Show featuring Michael Severe, Odd News, and Naked Chicks. Oh, did you ask Michael to fill in?
He will add him to the list.
Oh,
Bolster those numbers.
There
nice.
you go.
Yeah, have you seen Michael's video?
I have.
He might bring you donuts. Well, not you.
Yeah, he brought us donuts last week.
He just appears with things.
He does.
all
He,
the
like,
time.
he
does.
likes to
It's the
appear
best.
He's like a
randomly with
genie.
stuff. Yeah.
He just shows up.
He brought me, since we can now talk about this since it's out there, since Peter spoiled it.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks,
Uh,
Peter.
Michael left a book about parenting in my mailbox
Oh,
one day.
have you read it?
No, I'm not a parent yet.
Or a reader?
No, or a reader yet.
Was it like from the 1950s?
Actually, you know what? I have it. Would you like to see it?
This could be
Yeah.
a fun new bit.
This could be a fun. Just open it to a random page. and
start reading parental advice.
He said this book helped
grab
me
out the switch.
tremendously.
Oh.
And yeah, I could go get it right now.
Okay.
Go
All right.
get it. Open it up to a random page, and we can learn some advice, some
Does it say
fatherly
anything
advice.
that I didn't read any books or magazines
you-
on parenting?
Did you read a lot of that stuff when you were?
Didn't read any of it.
Didn't read
You
any
didn't
of
know
it?
what to expect when you were expecting.
No, I just kind of well, number one, my wife was a veteran, so she kind of knew already.
Nice.
And
Thank you for your service.
I mean, I had changed diapers before,
Yeah.
you know. I don't know.
Oh, here
What's
we
it
are.
called? Holy
Be
God.
prepared. Can you hold that up to the?
Be prepared. A practical handbook for new dads.
Look at that book.
Wow, that looks like it could have been written in the 50s.
Yeah, does it have
Yeah.
a copyright date on like one of the first couple of pages?
Does it talk about smoking around your children all the time?
do it a lot? Build up their immune system.
Especially if you're pregnant.
Blow smoke in their face.
Uh-huh.
2004.
Whoa, that is
Wow.
not.
2004.
Actually, that might be dated. Does it tell you to check the back seat?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. But Michael wrote a nice note on the inside.
Yeah.
Connor, happy fatherhood. This book was very helpful for me when I had my first kid, Michael, except for it's Michael writing, so you can kind of barely read it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Did you have to ask him for the translation?
No, I was able to figure that one out myself.
Nice.
So what am I doing? Opening to a-
69.
Just open.
Or that works too. I was
We
just
have
gonna
to.
go to a random
Just-
We
page.
have to
just-
start with
just-
page 69,
just so-
John.
I mean, this is a very serious moment here in the development
Peter
of a
broke the
father's
news.
life,
It's
and
not
now
s-
you've
Not serious
now
anymore.
Now you're making it trivial.
Hmm.
By the way, you can't get anyone pregnant that way.
69ing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Guess I have a lot to learn
Have you
about
seen this?
getting
Have you heard
people
about this?
pregnant.
Maybe he can loan you the book.
Maybe, yes.
That's not what the book is about, John.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's not the birds and the bees.
Page 68 and 69
Yeah.
Nice.
are both about, the title is Your Bed, Your Rules.
Oh.
So is that about the
So-
child joining you in bed?
It's like, Mom,
It
I
is.
had a nightmare. Dad, I had a nightmare.
There's some nice graphics in here about what should and shouldn't happen with the baby in the bed. They say, hook up a sidecar.
Oh.
That's on page 69 specifically.
Hook up a sidecar.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
I'd
for
get a
especially-
tiny baby bed
especially
and
for
put
an
it-
infant, right? You don't want to roll over onto your bed or onto your
Yeah,
child.
we
That-
have
yeah.
like there's a whole thing for that. You don't have to hook it up to your bed. It's just a thing that exists. It's like a bassinet.
Yeah, a crib.
Yeah, a crib, but you don't bring the whole crib into the room. The crib is kind of immobile.
Mm.
Crib on wheels would
Just a mobile crib.
be a bad idea.
Hmm.
There is on page 69 though. There is a little blurb about when it's time to do sex again.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well, that
What are the
is-
rules?
It is appropriate.
It just says when it's finally time to resume sex, a baby in your bed will force you to find other more challenging places for your exploits.
Well, thanks for the book,
That's what it
Michael.
says.
Here's the first tip.
Exploits.
Here's the first tip. Maybe put the baby in
Just put the baby
its
anywhere
own
else.
bed.
Good
Yeah.
take, John.
Thought.
John has multiple
Who are
kids.
you, John, to tell the book what to do?
Ah,
I mean,
great point.
You have fathered multiple children.
I have fathered multiple
Sex
children.
twice from John.
I'm trying to remember if we ever let the children sleep in the bed. Probably did. Maybe
I don't
once or
think
twice.
that.
As infants, are you just talking about like when they got older and they were like, I
No,
had a bad
in-
dream.
Yeah, no.
or I threw up.
I had a bad work dream yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah. Big Red Overreaction came up in my dream.
Oh,
I was like, wow, this is
that's
yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
I woke up in the middle of the night.
Well, you can't just tease us like this.
Yeah. Actually, tell us.
No, I'd rather not. It involved other people at the office, and so
okay,
don't want it to
That's
get.
good.
I don't want my subconscious getting out into the real world. Yeah.
that's good. I had a dream that involved Phil Steele over the weekend. I can't
Oh.
remember what.
We're all
happened.
dreaming about college football.
well,
I
had
didn't.
I had giraffes in my dream the other night.
Sounds about right, Nick.
There's just I was at an Airbnb and there were baby giraffes in this Airbnb.
Yeah.
That I was getting bit.
Did you
on
write it
both
in your
hands
dream
by
journal?
Baby giraffes. I didn't,
Sad.
but I texted it right away to somebody because
So
it was
it is.
so weird. It exists in print somewhere.
Right.
It's like
Yeah, I had Phil Steele in there. I also woke up on middle of the night on Friday, and well, not to be too graphic, I threw up. I
you threw
The
up.
streak ends.
it was acid reflux. Just
Oh, I hate that.
it was horrible.
Oh, I
what did you
hate
have
that.
for dinner or whatever that night?
Chips and queso.
Mm,
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a bummer.
and some beer, even though drinking is canceled.
oh yeah,
Wait,
interesting.
You keep canceling it, and yet it comes back.
It was a social event, John. It was
you
a social
can't cancel
event.
something and then just go back to it.
Canceled except for during social events.
That's
Interesting.
That's which is like 90% of the time. I would assume you've been
Yeah,
drinking.
you're basically just being a normal adult, where it's
Yeah.
like you can't drink all the time anymore
That's
because you're
what
an
I'm
adult.
saying.
You know what
See?
this
Once
sounds-
again, you
you know-
guys think that I'm weird, but I'm normal.
Oh, okay.
I think we need to. I think Michael, if you've got your old books about a practical handbook for drinking,
Yeah, sobriety.
bring it to Connor.
Yeah,
so
he
we
needs
can
that too.
Figure out, what's what.
What this sounds like to me is a lot like canceling doesn't actually exist or do anything. You can say something's canceled, but it doesn't actually. It's never fully canceled. Nothing is canceled ever.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, but like that's the point. You don't kill it by canceling it. You just excommunicate it. That's what people do. That's what your generation does, Nick.
Mm.
They don't actually murder things. They just cancel them.
The ultimate cancel.
Right, but then the people that are canceled are still having a platform, and then they can complain about how they were canceled. But
But nobody listens because they're
many
canceled.
people still listen because they're not actually canceled. Because canceling isn't real. Cancel culture is real, but the act of canceling is not.
I've
real.
never heard this take. Canceling isn't real.
I mean, I agree with Nick for the record on this.
It is so
you
dumb.
tell me where I can find different strokes.
I don't know about that.
Canceled.
It's
cancel that
TV
show.
show.
Nice, John. Well played.
I mean, the cancel culture thing. There's very specific types of people that like to yell about things being canceled, but those people, if they were truly
Oh.
canceled, they wouldn't be able to yell about being canceled.
So you're anti cancel culture. That's what you're
Put
saying.
that in your Twitter
Yes.
bio.
Yes.
Anti cancel culture.
Yes.
Yes.
Say
So
cancel.
there's anti-cancel culture people, which is the people that you're yelling at. So you're
Yes.
anti them.
Yes.
Got it.
Because cancel culture is real in the fact that people like to think that they can cancel people, but it's not. It doesn't work. It's not a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a boogeyman.
Okay.
Oh,
like,
but so people haven't lost their jobs based on things.
Yeah, but that's not cancel culture. That's people.
Well, but I mean that fits.
Isn't that losing your job
that
though?
fits
that's losing
into
your
the
job
realm.
because you're
That-
being a dumbass.
It's like it.
It's because
That fits into the umbrella of cancel. You can
Sometimes
call it
public
something else,
opinion
but-
can force you to lose your job.
Yeah.
But that's not a new phenomenon.
Yeah,
That's
that's
been
not
happening
a
forever.
cancel culture thing. That's just you lost your job
Like
because
Don
you did
Imus.
something dumb.
Don Imus didn't cry. No, Don Imus didn't cry cancel culture, but he did something really stupid and he got fired for it. That always happens. It's happened since the beginning of time.
He did get canceled, though. Whether or not you want to call it that, he got canceled.
Yeah, I would just say he
Yeah.
got what was coming to him for what he said. Like you can't. John can't hop
there
on
are-
the air and say whatever he wants
Well,
and then be like, "Oh, I got
Maybe
canceled."
we're talking about like there are times where people deserve to be canceled, and then there are times where people just say, "Okay, that's canceled."
Hmm.
That's what you're talking about. But there are times when people get deservedly canceled,
Yeah, but even
like Don Imus.
but even
Is Don Imus still alive?
I
He
think
died.
most of the time the
R.I.P.
people who say they were canceled weren't actually canceled in
2019.
real life though.
Yeah, 5 years.
Because
I
that
missed
also
COVID.
implies that they were deplatformed and never heard from again.
Mm.
And that famously mostly doesn't happen.
Bringing the vibe down in this crossover.
I
Nick.
know.
We were having
I'm not
a
sure
fun
what.
time.
I'm
and then
not
it
sure
got-
why we got there.
got so serious all of a sudden.
Yeah, next thing you know, we're going to be talking about things that happened over the weekend.
You mean the Rockies draft picks?
Yeah, I think I might pull a unnamed coworker and just walk out of the studio for that segment.
That sounds great. I wish I didn't say anything about it. Today.
Happer, my favorite part about you saying it today, though,
wanted-
was he
yeah.
said, we as a country need to come together and handshake meme. Not we need to come together as a country and shake hands, or even
Yeah.
we need to come together as a
Yeah.
country, but
Yeah,
handshake meme is taking over
I'm
our
so
brains.
bad at that stuff.
rough.
I
You've
can't-
gotten internet pilled.
I don't. Yeah. No, that was my. Yeah, that was.
I thought it, I mean, in a moment of seriousness, I laughed.
Yeah, but
So-
it wasn't even.
Yeah.
it wasn't even serious. It was
Mm.
just like.
Well, we might as well just get it out of the way.
Oh, okay.
How did you all
I don't
find
want to do
out?
this twice.
Oh, no.
Ugh.
Oh, he didn't. You didn't. How did you find out?
Yeah,
I can
because
tell you.
because
Did you find
I-
out from the direct message from me?
no, I got no. You were the confirmation.
Okay.
So who do you find out? Do you want to tell who it was from? Do you?
Well, so we went to dinner on Saturday night.
It was an early dinner, or was it?
5 o'clock.
No, because the thing happened around
5.
ish.
Was it 5? I thought it was earlier.
No,
than
I
that.
no,
thought-
it was-
I'm gonna
it was
find the
5-ish,
first
'cause
text from
people-
my
'cause
friend.
People, here's my first correction about the lamestream media. Everyone was saying that
5:25.
Everyone was saying that, oh, Castellanos hit the home run. Something happened. Castellanos' home run was 2 hours before it happened. So there's my first
But that's when
correction
people
of the
found
day.
out that Richard Simmons died.
That's
Yes.
true.
Good point.
Yeah.
All right, so you're at dinner.
Maybe that home run was for Richard Simmons.
Yes,
There you go.
for Richard Simmons.
Sorry.
No, we went to dinner, and my wife had a text that she had been sitting on for like 15 minutes from a friend.
Like she hadn't opened the text.
Right, yeah. Because she said, and it was funny because we went to church and the wife gets the alerts on her Apple Watch and she showed me the alert about Richard Simmons.
Mhm.
But yet she didn't get an alert for the shooting,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought was weird. I was like, well, okay, so your watch goes off for Richard Simmons, but okay. Anyway. So I didn't know. And then I opened up my phone
Yes.
and I saw Connor's direct message.
I just messaged.
And then I
Some
was like,
friends.
oh, this is true. And it was funny because the whole restaurant we were in had a TV, but it was on the Roku
Like the-
saving screen or whatever.
Where it just goes.
yeah,
Roku
yeah, what do they
City.
call that? The
Oh, Nick, by the way, speaking of TVs.
Like a screensaver.
yeah, screensaver.
So
Thank you.
it's like this town and it
It's
just goes
Roku City.
all
Yeah.
around.
So,
it.
it's called.
so the TV wasn't actually on, and it was like, wow, this is. And so we were actually sitting there watching the stuff off of my phone.
Mm.
And I was surprised because you would think, because I remember, because I'm the only one in this room old enough,
Reagan.
when Reagan got
Kennedy?
shot,
Oh.
I was in school and we found out like really soon. Like, I mean, the word spread like crazy fast.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of weird in this time, in this day and age, that
I agree.
even though I wasn't in a bubble, I was in kind of a bubble.
You felt like you were in a bubble?
Yeah.
So I was
Really weird.
I was at home. Okay, so the video that the friend sent to the group chat, wow, I found out almost 10 minutes later after it had happened. Because I don't even remember what I had on my television. Oh, you know what?
It's a pretty quick turnaround.
I just
Josh.
watched an episode of The Boys.
Oh.
And so then I'm serious. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. If the shoe fits, right?
Yeah.
And so I was watching an episode of The Boys and going to the office to do something and open up my phone. And one of my friends just texted, ugh. And then he had the tweet attached to it.
And basically then after that,
Yeah, I think I got
turned
a
on the news
similar
the rest of the
thing.
night.
I wasn't watching The Boys, but somebody just texted me.
Crazy.
So I was watching TV. We had just got back from shopping. I was sitting down, I think at the Rockies game on. Then I just opened Twitter on my phone for half a second, and then I saw that. I'm like, what?
Yep.
And I went to Reddit.
And then off to the races we went.
There was some
You
conversation.
went to Reddit?
Yeah, I like to look at discussion threads while things are happening.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that wouldn't have been my first choice.
Man, John, harsh.
Well, it's just like
I
It
like
is
going-
hard
I
to
mean,
understand for us.
I like going
olds.
to Reddit.
I will admit it's hard.
I
go to Reddit,
prefer
Nick.
to like go to places where I know I'm going to get some information.
You do get information
So
on
what?
Reddit.
C-SPAN?
It's John. I'm with you. It's hard for me to grasp as well.
Yeah.
But
It'd be like if
Just a message board.
It'd be like if some breaking Husker news happened, and the first place you go is the Scrolls. I don't go to the
A
Scrolls.
lot of
I
people
do.
do that.
It's like one of the first things I do.
Yeah, I don't.
I've used-
Scrolls, Husker 24/7. See what the folks are saying.
I've used Reddit as my main news aggregator for
Is
years.
Twitter any different?
Reddit's better than Twitter because Reddit has some better filtering. Not a bunch, but better.
I having not been there, I can only take your word for it. All I will ask is this: I hope the president, the ex-president,
Soon to be president.
Former president
did have a good time at the MMA show that he was going to. That was like one of the things that, as I was monitoring,
did he end
all
up
this stuff-
going?
No, that was
Okay.
my joke. See, because everyone was like, and he's still going to go to the MMA show or the UFC or whatever.
It was
Was that
in
some
Denver.
Barstool guy that said
Yeah,
that?
somebody, and if like one person retweeted it, it seemed like 1,000 people did, and I'm like,
Definitely.
and I didn't wade into any of that, but I'm reading this going, yeah, no, he's not going to do that. The Secret Service is not going to let him do that, even if he wanted to, and I didn't think he wanted to. But yeah, it was a poop show, to say the least.
Indeed.
It was a poop show.
It was.
And I
That's
tried
why
to-
you should have gone to Reddit.
No,
why you should have gone to Reddit.
Was it
I
not
feel
a
pretty
poop show on Reddit?
It was also a poop show on Reddit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna.
But
be.
I mean,
It's
I
a
would say
mix.
if you wanted to take in that event and not be annoyed, I don't really think there was any place you
oh
could.
Correct.
no,
Right.
absolutely not.
Correct.
Yeah, no, there was no place.
No.
I thought I did a pretty good job of like flipping. I constantly was flipping channels the whole night.
They went so
Just seeing what everyone, because when I take in events like this, I do it with my little media hat on because I'm
Media
I'm,
pill.
you
I'm
wanna
a
see
little
what
bit
they're
of a
up to.
media nerd in these things.
for sure.
You know, I've watched a lot of the way Kennedy was covered, and obviously I lived through Reagan, the space shuttle, all those different things. And I just like to, just get a feel for how it's covered. And I'll only say this, Uncle Walter, your legacy is secure, my friend.
Mm.
Don't worry about it.
The major networks were on from 5 to 10, basically.
Did you
I mean-
notice which network was not on and still had baseball?
Oh, Fox.
Oh,
Mm.
Yeah.
right?
it was
Because
Yes.
I was like mildly miffed because NBC had the IndyCar race from Iowa and it wasn't on. They were simulcasting the cable noise channel.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
No, MSNBC was simulcasting NBC.
Either one. They were running the same thing.
Yeah,
They were
Lester
running
Holt's
the
an
same
NBC
thing.
boy.
They were running the same thing. So I had to like call that up on the Peacock. So thank you, Peacock, for that.
Wow, interesting. I hope people come at you for not watching continuous coverage.
No, I
watched an
did.
No, well, but you also pulled up Peacock apparently.
Well, I
watched an episode of Breaking Bad at like 9:30, and
What's wrong
someone
with
was
that?
someone was like, "There's other stuff happening, bro. There's no
Yeah,
extra
I did a
information."
tweet about the Royals draft or something,
Yeah.
whatever.
I watched news coverage for like 4 hours, and then at a certain point, it's like, all right,
Yeah, we
let's see
weren't
what we
finding-
learn tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
The best.
Oh no, the Royals made a trade. The Royals,
yeah,
the Royals
yeah.
made a trade at like 7 or something like that, and I did a comment on it, and
Yeah.
they're like, "We can't do that." I'm like,
Yes, you can.
I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
It's like I'll get all the information we have readily available, then I'll put it down for a bit, then I'll come back
Yeah.
and see what new information.
Honestly,
there
that
is.
was. I wish that I would have done that at points, but when such a big event happens, it's almost like you feel like you just kind of have to have the TV on, just like something's gonna,
Yeah.
just in case.
'Cause I did. I
definitely-
had the TV on and the sound up. The IndyCar race, I had the sound muted, and the Cubs game, I had the sound muted,
I did have
which was a good thing because I was almost ready to scream at the Cubs game.
I did have the TV on the whole time during January 6th. I do remember. I don't know why I didn't have the TV on this time.
To do a
we did
radio
too. It
show.
was right here.
Yeah, but we couldn't really
We
listen to
could
anything.
listen to
I was
it.
trying to build Legos.
Amazing.
Classic.
So going to Reddit and building Legos.
Yes, John, that's what I do.
Okay.
Those are the
What were
two.
you doing?
That's just me
What were you doing on 9/11?
pooping my pants. I don't know. I was a kid. It was 8 in the morning.
I was in social studies class.
How old were you?
4. 97. He was 4.
97.
It happened
No.
in 2001.
He was born in
97.
I was born in
I was gonna say,
97.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was 4.
It
I was in
happened-
third grade.
Wow, Jed says, I didn't know it happened until about 9:30 on Saturday, and I
Fourth
never looked for anything again.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, he was probably watching a Mac game
Oh,
from
of course.
2018.
Yeah, he's studying tape, man. Football season's almost
Gotta
here.
grind it.
Uh-huh.
Good job, Jed.
You know, you can still live in a bubble. I was able to go out and plant my new flower bushes and stuff.
Nobody walked down the street and said, "Hey, did you hear?"
Okay.
They did not.
You know what? Okay, so here's
I
the
kinda
story.
missed that.
Though, there weren't many people walking around last
So the-
Saturday night.
I kind of missed that. Did you hear the news?
So-
like, of course I've
Well,
heard the
you know,
news.
it's interesting you say that because so as we left the restaurant, you could tell people were starting to
Yeah.
find out.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I saw folks like huddling around cell phones and stuff, and I was just kind of looking around and I was like, interesting. And I
Yeah.
So I took and I found my text that I sent to my friend. So I took Banks out like a half hour after all this stuff was happening. And I walked back and I look at my phone and I put it down. And my neighbor is outside of his apartment and he goes, "It wasn't me." And I'm like,
Wow.
That was his first comment.
Wow.
My first comment from somebody in the wild. I said, "I think that your alibi is okay."
Wow.
That was the first thing this
That's
man
such
said
an
to me.
unhinged thing to say.
Classic
it's
old
a, it's
guy
a
move.
definitely dad joke.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
and this guy, he's probably a little older than John.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't really gotten any This is the most I've talked about it since it's happened.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like I've talked about it off and on over the weekend, but
I will admit, Scout's honor, I did go upstairs when his first statement came out, and he talked about there was much bleeding.
Much bleeding.
I did have a
took
good time
place.
with that.
Good. I'm happy that you at
I
least
had a
allowed
good-
yourself to laugh at one
Oh,
thing.
absolutely, absolutely, because it's like this. 'Cause I
Much
was-
bleeding
'cause I don't-
took
'cause I don't
place.
know. There are certain people. He's one of them, but there are others where if you read a statement from them, you read it in their voice, right? Because of the unique delivery they have, or their tone, whatever the case. But he
And
is
for
one of
him,
those
he has
people.
everything.
He is one of those people where if I read a statement, I'm always reading it with his voice in my head. And as I was reading it, there was much bleed.
Much bleeding.
I
was
got a
had.
good chuckle.
It
out
was
of
very
that.
funny.
I got a good
It
chuckle.
was
He's a
just such an out
wordsmith.
of place sentence too. He didn't have to write that at all.
the doctors.
In case you didn't notice, blood running down my face. There was
Mhm.
much bleeding.
Mhm.
Much bleeding.
So, I mean, there is a little gallows humor that's allowed in these circumstances.
Just a little, though,
Just
John.
a little bit.
Just a little. Just a little. All right.
Okay.
Well, Nick's the one that brought us down in the first place. So
Yeah,
I'll take
Nick
it.
was talking about canceling things.
Yeah.
Crappy boo year.
Yeah.
Or do we put this in the vault?
Put it in the vault. What's the vault?
The vault is the.
Is this like the Disney vault where now this podcast goes away and no one gets it?
No, it's the opposite of that.
Is that where a Song of the South is?
It is. It's in the
Yes.
Disney vault.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, I was thinking like, us reacting to major events.
Yeah.
We could just time capsule that. I don't know what we do with it.
I was going to
but
say there.
we
I feel
build
like-
a collection.
So
of
that's
some
the
sort.
first step. What is step number 2?
Well, eventually, once there's enough of them, we put them somewhere.
Just a compilation of us reacting
Let's
to world
let's get the
events.
one when John showed emotion that I'd never seen before. He cried on the air
What?
when during COVID. When Creighton's season got canceled, you cried.
Oh, that's a bad one.
I've never heard you cry before. I think that's
Oh.
got to go in the vault.
No, that's got.
Sorry, John, we're
that's
putting it in
gotta-
the vault. Nope, sorry there.
Put it on the vault.
Well, then we're going to spend the next 3.5 hours breaking down all of Saturday.
Yeah.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy. You're wearing the right gear for it.
I don't even know what that means.
Connor got it.
I'd say put it in the vault. Not that one though. John doesn't want that included.
that.
You
Okay,
get to
fine.
pick what you want.
All right.
Can we like
January 6th?
retroactively react? Because this is our first major event together.
Us 3?
It
Or us
is.
4? No
It
offense.
is.
Can we retroactively react?
Yeah. What do you want to do? 9/11?
Iran Contra. Go.
Oh, I have no takes. Gas gas is expensive. Right?
Well, compared to today, it wasn't.
Ah.
It was like $1.50,
But if you do that for inflation,
I suppose.
yeah. I don't really have a whole lot of takes on Iran Contra.
Oh.
I don't either.
Yeah,
actually.
sorry.
I can't
Nick
believe
probably
the U.S.
does.
would do something like this.
Yes.
How about the invasion, the British invading Argentina, the Falklands?
I can't believe the British would do something like
Yeah.
this.
I don't think we would talk about that
Yeah.
on our show.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not.
So maybe
Talk
It's
about
not
the
an
Fox
all
so
and
you're
More.
saying that this bit doesn't have much of a shelf
Well, it
life.
does,
I'm
but you
saying
just
that there's
picked
just
two
very
random
few
ones.
things. Yeah, there's just very few things.
Scott Frost getting fired. Go.
Wait,
Oh,
that's
we
put
were,
that
you
in
were
the
there for
vault.
that.
vault.
Put that in the vault for sure.
Okay.
So yeah, what do you think we talked about on the Monday crossover after Scott Frost got fired?
You know what? I bet since we had just done the show the previous day that we tried to not talk about it.
We were like, just refer back to Saturday.
I bet we did a "Where Were You When."
Oh, you know what? I bet we did the exact same
we
thing that
did.
we're doing right now.
Yeah,
I was in the same Mexican restaurant. I was sitting there.
Wait, were you really?
No.
Oh, that would have been pretty fun.
put it in the
No,
vault.
I remember we were at home because
Oh, I remember
literally
that.
were
So
on the air
early.
So
like
real quick,
5 seconds later.
so I found the show that we did. So I'll open this up during the commercial break and find out what we talked about first. But John made a graphic that says "That's all, folks," and then it has his record below it, 16 and 31. John, well played.
Nice.
Very
nice.
well.
What's the description of the crossover?
Does it have the right logo on it?
Nice, John. This is the YouTube, so it's the description of the whole show.
Oh, okay.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So with that in mind, how does Nebraska proceed the rest of the season? Is it really a lost cause with as bad as the Big Ten West appears to be? Who can salvage the season? What does salvage look like? The guys will attack these and other subjects in the fallout of the loss of Georgia Southern. Jack Mitchell will speak for the voice of the every fan, while Steve Sipple of On 3 will share his insights. Join John, Josh, and the returning Nick at 2 p.m. Central.
Where was Nick?
I was on vacation. I had vacation the week, and then it happened.
He was
Yeah.
vacation.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Vacation.
I was just at my house watching
Mm.
you guys break down the Scott Frost fire news.
Good show.
Put it in the vault.
It was
All
a
right.
great show.
Vault, I guess.
Yep.
We'll,
It's vault
we'll
time.
vault it. Is this the kind of
Look at
vault
Nick's
that's
beard.
protected?
Oh, was I Beard Nick?
Oh, Nick.
I think it looks fun. I like it.
Thank you.
I like the stash.
I also prefer the stash.
I
Wow.
like the beard.
John's
I just think
critical
you
of
could
his
do-
Reddit
No,
choices.
You
No,
could
I
have
like
the
the
beard,
beard.
and you could do a better job with it.
Yeah, no, I could. My problem is I didn't want to.
I just like the beard.
I didn't want to maintain it because it was too much work. It was more work than I was willing to
So
do.
don't blame the beard then. Blame yourself.
Oh,
Yes,
interesting.
I am blaming myself, but also the beard. Some
So
people can
you keep
pull off
saying
that beard.
you keep saying the beard doesn't work for me. It's the mustache. The mustache works.
Well,
it's
the-
actually your fault.
When I say doesn't work for me, I just mean I don't want to maintain
He doesn't
it.
work for it.
He doesn't
That
He
there.
doesn't
I don't
work
work
for
for
it.
the
works
beard.
for it. Yes.
The beard wasn't paying me anything.
All right. Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye, Happer.
All right, the vault it is.
I'm gonna I can't wait to see what we talked about in the crossover. I'm gonna pull that
Yeah,
up
I
next.
can't wait.
Yeah,
That'd be
let's find
exciting.
out.
We'll find out next. Well, we will. If
you wanna go
want
watch it, feel free.
Go knock yourself
Almost
out.
2,000 views on that video.
Mm.
Wow.
And we didn't even have access to our Twitter feeds at that point.
No, we didn't.
And
we
we
don't
don't today
anymore.
either.
Nope.
1620 the zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies, hazy, hot, and humid today with the high today in Omaha of 95, feeling like 106. An excessive heat warning remains in effect until 8 o'clock here this evening. The slight chance for showers and storms, especially into western and central Iowa, with a threat of severe, damaging wind in excess of 60 miles an hour possible. Partly cloudy tonight, warm with a low of 69. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Atletico's therapists can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve and make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh man, it's the most exciting sports week of the year because there's no games on.
So we went back and watched some of the crossover from the day after Frost got fired. We ended up talking about Scott Frost getting fired. So
shocking.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It's Paul Skeens.
John, not to begin with some breaking news.
Oh.
I mean, it's not like massive
sports
for us.
flash?
No, I wouldn't say it's a sports flash, but we were wondering if there would be a July surprise in college football. Jeff Tedford is stepping away from Fresno State for health reasons. He's their head coach. Hey, come on.
Well, no, you just said it wasn't a sports flash.
Do you think that's sports flash worthy?
Well, I just thought you were questioning it. I thought it was going to be a news item.
Well, there is the news item. Have you seen the news item?
No, I have not seen the news item.
Do we have a news
flash? The VP has been picked.
Oh.
All right. I didn't want this to come out right now.
John Bishop. We always have known he's a Trumper, and now we finally know it for sure. Vice President John Bishop.
I always wanted a low-stress job that pays really well and doesn't ask me to do it.
Nice.
That doesn't sound like you at all, actually. You don't
I'm
want...
old enough.
You
I'm
work
old
in
enough.
radio.
I'm old enough now that that idea is
Like not working hard?
Yeah.
It sounds good to you?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Federal government benefits?
You've
John,
turned over a new leaf.
I can't see you just not doing anything.
I know.
Well, I would still do stuff. I would probably be outside, like trimming the rose bushes in the rose garden, and I'd
garden boy over here.
Yelling at the Cubs.
I'd mow. I
Yeah.
would definitely mow. That's a big yard.
You can't mow
I would
every
mow
day.
that.
You can't mow every day, John.
Yeah, but it's a big yard. You could divvy it up into sections and be like, this is my Tuesday section, my Wednesday section, and then I could make it
Plus,
like
DC is chilly, Nick, so he wouldn't have to mow all year. So, you know,
true.
he just would enjoy his summer.
It's the same climate as here.
I'm just stunned. I'm stunned that you, of all people, don't want to work. That doesn't sound like you.
No. I just want to work do my own things.
Interesting. Yeah, again, this doesn't sound like you.
Well,
JD Vance, by the way, if for those who are listening on Sportsmanlike Conduct to get the VP update, that's who it is. JD Vance.
I don't know if I know who that is.
Really? The guy who wrote that book,
go to
Hillbilly Elegy?
No, I don't.
You've not seen him nor heard about him.
I'm sure JD has a Reddit.
He's a senator from Ohio.
He's probably not on the subreddits I'd like to go to.
There you go, Nick.
So
there you go.
I see. Well, I hope that everyone had as good a weekend as they could with all the weirdness and the stress and all that other stuff. All I'll say is this. Everything this weekend went pretty much as I would have expected it to for an event like this.
Sure.
Which is not good. But it is what it is.
I've made peace. I feel like I've made peace. I don't want to speak ill of you. I've made peace a lot better than you have with like my expectations for humanity.
Oh, I've made peace.
Coverage of things.
I've made peace with it. I'm
Okay.
not surprised by anything.
Yeah.
That's why I liked to flip through the channels. In fact, at one point, I was on a certain channel that the wife doesn't like. She said, "Why are you watching that one?" I said, "Oh, I've been flipping. I've been like, click. Okay. You know, you hear from the same talking head and you're like, all right, I'm done with you. And you go to the next one. You go to the next one. I thought I was fairly balanced.
Did you go to C-SPAN?
No.
That's the most balanced.
I didn't think they would have anything.
What?
I didn't know what their ability was to cover events like that.
have news people on the ground?
Yeah. That kind of stuff. What I was looking for was like information.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it kind of blows me away, because I've watched a lot of the old Kennedy stuff, you know, when Kennedy was assassinated, and how they filled all that time, and all it was just trying to find stuff out and provide facts. But nowadays, news gathering is more about, well, we got to get this talking head on, and this talking head, and this talking head, and this talking head, and then just tell us what we're supposed to think about it. And I'm like, that's the part. That's when I would flip the channel usually and be like, okay, time to go to the next one, et cetera. But yeah, it was fascinating. But for those who have always wondered, gee, I wonder what the Kennedy assassination would have been like if Twitter had been around. It would have been bad, folks.
Yeah.
It would have been bad.
Yeah.
It would have been real bad. Because there wasn't a lot of good stuff on the old interwebs.
No. It was exactly like what you would have expected, because I used to be that person who would say that, man, a coaching search during the Twitter era. Oh, I wonder what a huge news item would be like during a Twitter era. We've had too many big news items. I know what it's like.
Yeah. Not fun.
Yeah.
But I did get my flowers planted.
That's good.
That was important.
What kind of flowers did you get?
Got another. See, we used to have 4 rose bushes.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them died.
R.I.P.
A long time ago. And the grass would never regrow in those spots. And that became when we used to have Roscoe, the pit bull that my son had. Nicest dog ever. It totally changed my view on, pit bulls.
Yeah, pit bulls are sweethearts.
They're just But he would like run a path right along the fence line. It just like created this ditch, basically. And that's where the rose bushes were. So I put a rose bush there, and then I can't remember the name of the other flower, and then another flower.
Oh.
I'm not good at knowing my flowers.
I like
but our
flowers.
sunflower,
looking good?
it's looking great.
You just have a sunflower?
Well, we planted several, but only one survived to full maturity. I think the rabbits got to the other ones. But it's amazing how those suckers how big and just vibrant they are.
Sunflowers are cool.
Yeah. So that whole little strip, we have a strip of what used to be grass, right? You know how the fence, you build your fence. You don't build your fence right at the sidewalk, but there's like that strip of grass between the sidewalk and the fence, right? And that strip never could grow grass. And so a couple of years ago, I just plowed it up and just put the little, the border around it and then just mulched it over, and we planted some like prairie grass.
You did this Saturday or you did this yesterday?
No.
Or a
This
little
was
bit of both?
this was a couple of years ago, but now we've added to that garden. And it looks very nice now. I'm very proud of it.
Good.
I'm proud of you,
Very
John.
proud of it. So,
Heck yeah.
So despite the heat and the nastiness, I was able to get stuff done.
Excellent. We continued our binge of Breaking Bad. We now have one episode left of season 1.
That's good.
Watched House of the Dragon. Started a book.
I shot my best round ever in disc golf.
Nice.
You frolved in this weather?
Yeah, you mentioned earlier you did 27 holes.
We went at like 10 a.m. to go to Springfield, and then after it's like I kind of want to do more. So then we just went to Gretna.
There you go.
It was regretting it by the last 5. But.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, I had some friends who went on a golf trip this weekend, and it sounds like yesterday they were just ready to be home, but they had already paid for the round. And so it's like we have to do this, but we're all miserable and we're playing like crap, and it's 1 billion degrees, and we want to go home.
Yes.
The last day of the trip is always, I think, the worst day of the trip. You're always
agree.
like, I'm just ready to be home.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't really want to have fun. I just want to go home.
I just want to go home.
Yeah.
That's how you sound by the end of a trip like that.
Tiny little German boy.
Oh, he wasn't really German. He's just, I just want to go home.
He did have that one, not as much.
Yeah,
but
the other one was a
little.
There was a bit of an accent.
Little West German in you.
Well, at least it wasn't the East Germans. They were the bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Did not go up on the roof this weekend. That just put you closer to the sun.
Oh, yeah, don't do that.
Not a good idea.
Plus your roof's probably
bad,
black,
bad.
and so it's going to be
No,
warmer up there
it's
anyway.
right gray.
Oh, all right. Well, that's
Most
good.
people
at least.
don't have black roofs.
Really? I don't know. I'm not of roofs.
My dad's got a
Look
green
outside.
one.
Look at all the
Yeah,
roofs
there's
out
many
there.
colors.
I guess you're right.
You got your reds, your grays, your darker grays.
Would you ever get a tin roof?
A tin roof?
Yeah.
No, because can you imagine how loud that gets during rain?
Oh, I love that
Forget
sound.
about.
It puts me out.
Yeah, but if you were trying to like watch a TV show,
subtitles.
Nice. Good point, Nick.
No, that's an annoying sound. It's bad enough when it hangs.
Yeah.
I couldn't do the tin roof.
I love tin roof.
No Grum Down?
Well, it's taking a while.
What's going
You know
on?
why? You know why? I think I know
computer
why.
sucks.
No, it's just got a lot of stuff in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You've been doing a lot of. You do all the slides as one slide now.
Well,
So
I've
you
always
can
done
scan
that.
back. Oh, okay. It
Yeah.
seems like that was more of a
So
new
you can
phenomenon.
page up and down and whatnot. And I added a lot of slides today because we're going to have a fun educational segment today
About what?
about kickoffs.
God, school
okay.
doesn't start for another 2 weeks.
thought
Why are you
you were
making
gonna-
us learn?
I thought we were going to go like best and winners and losers of media coverage from Saturday.
No.
Break it down.
The losers, us.
Nice.
The winners,
BBC. That guy did a great job. You can't even compliment that guy.
well, that's the only thing I saw of his.
There you go. Let's say he did a great job. Is it because he's British?
Hello, Governor.
No, he's just, he basically let that dude do all the talking.
Yeah, but that makes a good media person.
I guess so.
I think so. You can't be complimentary of anything.
Fine. Lord Alfred Hayes, congratulations.
My goodness. Gotta learn.
Well,
to,
I'm not
gotta give flowers to somebody.
I don't hand
You're
out
growing 'em.
participation trophies for holding the microphone and just saying, tell me what you saw.
I mean, he kept asking. I thought he kept asking very good questions.
It was fine. Yes, it was good.
Wow.
It was good. But that's the only thing I saw of his.
Man,
it'd
you'd
be
be
like
a horrible professor. Everyone would get an F all the time.
well, it'd be like if you answered one question correctly on your test. Like, don't I get 100? No, you don't get 100. You got to answer all the rest of the questions.
What other questions did you want him to answer?
Well, I don't know. Again, I didn't watch their coverage.
Well, maybe you should have. Maybe you would have been happier.
I was happy. I was fine. I don't know where you're getting this idea. I was in a foul mood.
You sound like you were in a good
And
mood.
then you do your little smug little.
Not smug.
Okay, stupid. But either way.
Yeah. See, I can tell when you're in a bad mood.
I'm in a fine
You start
mood.
insulting me for no reason.
Well, when you start accusing me of being something I'm not.
Nick?
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Get out of here.
Just going to let this one play out.
It's still loading, by the way.
Should we just do the grum down ourselves?
I guess. I'm just going to read it to you.
All right, perfect.
Hell yeah.
Infighting, finger pointing, and blame shifting.
Oh, is this just us?
Nice, Nick. What's that about?
I don't know what that's about. That's a good question.
Wow.
That was probably about the stuff this weekend, right?
No, actually,
You didn't have
that
any
was
grum down?
that was the whole joke.
Okay.
That was the whole joke.
So what's the first topic on the spreadsheet?
I gotta look here. I'm not sure what that's about, but we'll find out.
Maybe it is about us.
Maybe it is. Jack Mitchell will join us. He's in the losers bracket semis.
Also, the video game is apparently dropping in the midst of our interview with him.
Yep.
I thought it already did.
No, it's if you bought if you pre-ordered the deluxe edition or the higher tier, then you get it today. I have to wait until Friday.
No, you're seeing it out on Twitter because they gave it to a bunch of
influencers.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, and video and college football players.
Okay.
And stuff. Yeah. So he's getting it, I believe, in 15 minutes. Right?
I
It drops
see.
at 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be here. And
Hell
so too
yeah.
will Max Olson of The Athletic.
Oh, hell yeah.
And if this will load, and I hope it does, because I worked hard on this, sort of, the new NFL kickoff.
This stuff is fascinating.
This stuff's very fascinating.
You would have given this guy an A for his journalism. The
Oh,
writer
sure,
of this
yeah,
story.
yeah,
He did a
yeah.
great job.
Oh, he did a fine job.
Yeah.
Fine job. Lots of videos and graphs and
Mhm.
charts and stuff. From Omaha to the big leagues. Major
Oh.
League Baseball draft. A lot of familiar names I saw on the list.
I wasn't that excited by it.
I was going to say, you drafted one of the guys that famously did not play in the College World
Right.
Series.
I'm upset we didn't draft Jack Caglione, but I'm
Mm.
excited that the Royals did because that means I just get to watch him now. The Storm Chasers.
You hope.
I hope.
Famously, Alex Gordon didn't spend a lot of time in Omaha.
Yeah, they usually skip that. They go from AA to the
Sometimes.
major leagues.
Sometimes they do.
Oh,
Yeah.
they even had Paul Skeens in there for like a week.
That's true.
And it's SEC Media Days.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for reminding me, John. We can turn it away from this to watch Media Days.
Really?
We can leave it on if you'd like.
No. I mean,
Okay.
Neither
There's
is
not
very,
sports on anything.
neither is very exciting.
What time's the home run derby?
Well, there is NBA Summer League basketball.
Oh, there we go. Who's playing?
That's sick.
It is sick. Nick, good call.
It is sick.
Oh, it's probably from yesterday.
Sat
Oh.
Atoll.
Yeah, it's
No,
it's an ESPN game, so it's definitely not live right now.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll see if we can find something.
Oh, there you go. There's your
There
grum
it is.
down. I'm a little concerned. Did Elon kill this too?
What happened? Here, send me the file. I'll see if I can get it uploaded. Oh yeah, and along the lines of what John just said, we are no longer able to now stream video onto. Oh, John disappeared on me.
Oh.
We are no longer able to stream video onto Twitter.
Yep,
Interesting
Elon
that
is
it took
being
me
super
off.
cool.
That's weird.
Oh,
Oh,
hi,
now
John.
you're in the wrong
I
spot.
didn't even do that.
Oh,
That's bizarre.
how bizarre.
Yeah, thanks,
How
Elon.
bizarre.
Appreciate it. But that's okay because Twitter's doing great today.
Hey, you can't pause on Twitter. I like watching our show on YouTube.
Or ZoneTV.live.
ZoneTV.live, a great reminder, Nick.
ZoneTV.live. That's a great promotion.
Mm-hmm. It's
Go
not
to
promotion. It's just a
ZoneTV.
website.
It's just what
Live.
exists.
Yeah,
it's a web page.
It's just a
And-
website.
It's a whole thing.
Maybe you'll be able to see my graphics later.
Yeah.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees of source by her mom's house.
Nice.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Nice.
And the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Despite what these two yahoos will have you know, I'm in a fine mood.
Good. You seem better.
I'm glad you're in a good
at the
mood.
same mood I was in when I walked in this building.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I think we believe that. I think you are in the same mood that you were in when you walked in this building.
I think he's in a better mood now. I think John's
Oh,
doing
yeah.
great right now. Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You are a weird person.
Interesting.
Hmm.
You have so many opinions about me, and I have an opinion about you, and I'm the idiot.
Well, because you're wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm happy to be wrong. That means I get good mood John.
Not anymore, because now you've put me in a bad mood.
Well, this will cheer you up. We're talking to Jack Mitchell next.
Will it cheer
I
him
thought
up?
you said it was going to cheer me up.
Nice.
What would cheer me up is if this thing would load.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that up
We're
there.
going to work on it.
You worked
1620
very
The
hard.
Zone. I worked very hard.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
Okay. Jack Mitchell is here. What's up?
Nothing.
Just
hot.
Thank God we can hear you. We think we're having some issues with our StreamYard right now, so.
Oh, technical issues on your end, huh?
It does
Settle
happen
down.
on
Settle
occasion.
down, Jack.
It does happen on occasion.
Settle down, Jack.
Just saying. Disappointing.
You've actually been decent lately, so I mean, can't complain.
He fixed the glitch.
Fix the glitch. I see a problem. I take care of it. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to be distracted in today's interview because of the video game?
Yeah, a little. We probably should have rescheduled this. It's coming out in 4 minutes.
You realize that the game will
just
still
left the
be there when
machine
this
on.
is done, and
What?
that the game will always be there as long as you bought it. Now, I guess if you rented it on a 1-hour deal, I suppose.
I know, but everybody's going to get into their first game a little faster than me, and I'll be like a quarter behind or so,
no.
and it's just, that's just disappointing.
Well, then maybe they'll work out all the bugs.
Oh, there you go.
It's
Hey,
like being-
listen.
I mean,
It's an EA game.
It's
It's
not
never
about
gonna
the
happen.
first guy to get to the top of Everest. It's about the next guy, because then you can just step all over the dead bodies.
Oh,
when you get up
perfect
there.
idea.
Great time for me to be able to self-plug here a little bit. If you need your football fix right after this interview, I'll be going on to Twitch. Twitch, my account is Jack Mitchell LNK, and you can go ahead and watch Nebraska versus UTEP, and we'll see how it's going to go. What do you guys think? Do you have any predictions? What's the line? What do you think? Me versus the computer.
I will say this, because this is a video game, and so this is all pretend.
Yes, yeah.
After Jack's rhetoric about Nebraska's quarterback situation, a quarterback injury on the video game on his first day would be pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Yeah, I think you should start the Gramstead kid.
Is he on the game? I don't know if he's in the game. He probably isn't on the game. That was probably too late.
Hey, speaking of this, do we know?
So it's good enough for Arch Manning, but not good enough for NAIA guy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do we
wants
know
more dough.
Adoni's rating yet?
I haven't seen the full Nebraska rating. I know a few of them,
All right.
but I don't know that one.
We need his rating stat, because we all did predictions.
Jack, just give us live ratings before you jump in the game.
I
You're gonna
actually
have
could
all
do
of it right
that.
there.
That'd be fun. So wait,
I
is it
actually could
already
do that, but I
downloaded onto your system, or like how does it work when it turns
Yeah.
into 3
Yeah,
o'clock?
mine's already
There's
downloaded.
Josh, you would love this. There's a countdown.
Oh, I love countdowns.
I know you're a
Countdowns are
fan.
great. Cool.
Yeah, I unfortunately that would be a little bit of a logistical hard thing to do from where I'm sitting right now, but that would have been good. I could have given a full preview of all the ratings.
Back in my day, which was also your day.
Okay, hold back on that just a second.
We wouldn't watch other people play video games unless we were already out of money. And then we had no choice.
Or we were in the same room with someone, and you had the kid. You went to their house to play video games because I didn't have a Nintendo, so I would go to all my friends did, and so I'd go to their house and I'd start to play their games, and I sucked at them, and they're like, you're playing, Metroid or something, or Super Mario Brothers, or Castlevania, or Contra, and
I don't know a third of the games that you
These
just
are all
said.
really good games.
Mega Man, and it's just like I suck at this, and then the person who owns the system would be like, "Here, I'll win it for you," and takes a controller for you, and then you just watch them, play it as it is. So we kind of that was the original version of Twitch.
Yeah,
right. It was just me watching other people and making out loud comments.
So do you think all these people are nerds, John?
I mean, it's who are we talking about?
Like Jack and people who want to play this video game and are very excited for 3 o'clock, for 24 seconds from right now. Are they all nerds? Wow. That's not
okay. Hold on, John. Just before you throw that out there, that might be offensive to me.
I'm just thinking. Let me
because
think.
if you go to the annals, I said annals. Stop.
Annals,
Calm
annals.
down. How dare you?
Annals.
How dare you? Annals of the internet. You will find at a website called Big Husker Fan. One Jack Mitchell, under a different name, used to write a weekly column there and a live message board rendering of what happened when I put my Xbox on and did it computer versus computer of that week's Nebraska game. And it was not Twitch. I would go on a message board and no one could see it, guys. I did play-by-play on bighuskerfan.com of just...
That website's still around?
the written word. I don't think so.
BigHuskerFan.com.
BigHuskerFan.com.
Does sound a little nerdy as he pushes the glass.
And so I
Still
before
around.
this would have been the fall of 2003. And like I did play. I remember the Thursday before the Southern Miss game. It was that night. That Thursday, I did a full. There were hundreds and hundreds of internet fans who were watching, refreshing, waiting for the next message board post, right, to find out, exactly.
Big strong men.
Right. But yes, absolutely. Excited to find out,
Tears in their eyes.
For sure.
They were
If
fogging
Tracy
up the
Wistrom
glass.
had pulled in another touchdown or Mark
Hey.
LaFleur had a big catch.
In defense of Jack, Big Red Wrap Up used to show like highlights of a pretend game. Do you remember that?
They
would show
only have
highlights.
the coolest people associated with that show, so you got to know that they're on the tip.
Yes, very
Yeah.
cool, very normal.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, listen, my boys are playing it, so
are they nerds?
They are in. Oh, as of now, 1 minute ago, they are. Oh man, everybody's having fun, but us.
I'm having fun. We're talking.
I'm having a blast.
I love talking to you, Jack. See, there we go. Fireworks. This is great. How fun is this? Radio with my buds, radio with my friends.
I don't know what to anyway. So about Saturday.
Mm.
Oh jeez.
Is that
Man,
all
I
you
got
talked about today,
through
Jack?
I got through my 3 hours figuring out what to say about that. I'm out now.
To be fair,
I'm
when
here-
we
I'm
first
here to
brought
talk
Jack on as a
sports.
regular, we talked about COVID, so maybe we
All
talked
I
news.
said was Saturday. Many things happened on Saturday.
You were talking about the weather. Yeah.
The weather.
Oh, no. Tyler says he might make it. Talking about you, Jack. There's network problems already. Oh, no.
Are these the same network problems that are keeping me? If it's because of all you nerds waiting for your game that I can't upload the Grum Down
and the other stuff inside of the
and
Grum
the other
Down?
stuff inside the Grum Down, then I will be triggered.
Mm.
Then I will be angry
Understandably so.
because I worked very hard on this.
Maybe I should turn it on and get it like buzzing or whatever. I don't know how that works exactly.
Buzzing. Wow, this sounds like a guy who's really in tune with the
Get it warmed up, like you start your car in the winter. Same kind of thing, right?
Jack, there's like 10 minutes left in the interview.
I know, but this is giving me anxiety.
This entire conversation has been really painful personally for me to listen to.
Why?
It's just old people complaining about other people watching people play video games.
Hey, I didn't say any of that.
Wait, one old person. Time out. One old person did it, and then one person fought back.
All I said was back in the
I
day,
fought
we
back.
didn't watch other people
Nick?
play video games unless we ran out of
Give
money.
me the credit I deserve for fighting
You have
back.
the credit, Jack, but then you lost
And
it
me.
when you said, I got to let the Xbox, PlayStation, whatever, start up.
It wouldn't hurt to let it warm up a little bit. I know it wouldn't. Nick, you never had to blow in a cartridge to fix it.
I have, Jack. I had a Game Boy and
Oh
a
my
Super
gosh.
Nintendo.
Listen,
Now who's being the nerds? Am I right?
All
I
three
know
of you.
how to
I'm the one
repair.
normal person on
You're
the
not.
air.
You're the last person to be saying anything
I'm
normal.
very normal. Very normal. Very normal. I have a sports question for Jack if we'd like to get
Okay.
into sports. Unless
I
you
know
want to
lots
ask him about
sports.
Saturday.
Well, I mean, sports did happen on Saturday.
Did you have a sport in particular you wanted to ask him about?
No, not
the
really.
Royals Red Sox
The
game?
Royals losing to the Red Sox.
So, Jack, we got a
They
tweet
did.
last week from a, I always call him noted Wisconsin fan Kyle, a listener of ours who is a Badgers fan. Nice. And he wrote, we were going back and forth, not like arguing, but we were just having a discussion. But he wrote this, and I was very curious to see what you would think. He says, confidence has to be at an all-time low, even with the savior Matt Rule and his 5-star quarterback. I know everyone is predicting 8, 9, or 10 wins, but I don't think that's how they really feel. They are just saying what they are supposed to say because this is mighty Nebraska. And you have a smirk on your face, so it seems like you disagree
Well,
with what Kyle said.
I don't know that he's. I mean, I'm not even necessarily arguing that he's wrong, but if he calls that an all-time low, that's every year, man. That's every year. Welcome to Groundhog Day. That's not an all-time low. I don't get it.
I think he's
I
saying
don't
it's
get the
all-time low
point.
because for the first time, the optimistic predictions are fake. He doesn't buy them.
No, that sounds like what every year of optimistic predictions are like.
You
That
think
sounds like.
so?
Well, I mean, for me, listen, I famously came on your
Wait,
show.
every time you predict, it's just a bit?
It's a bit sometimes, yes.
Oh, interesting.
But every time, I mean, I don't know, but every year there's this kind of optimism, at least in some circles. So I don't know.
There's
I don't get
I
it.
feel like I'm maybe the only one
There's
who's reading this tweet
always
in this.
optimism.
No, okay.
Thank you, John. Yes.
I think you guys are missing the point of what he said.
Josh is the dumb one.
Maybe this tweet needs to be rewritten.
No, and that's why I saved it.
Yeah,
He is saying, so you guys are saying every year there's optimism.
Yes.
He is saying he doesn't believe that people are actually optimistic and that it's more they're putting on a braver face right now.
Disagree.
What does he think's happening in the other years?
Yeah,
not a brave face.
But what is this based on? What I mean, just
I don't know. Ask him. He lives here.
That
Okay.
tweet makes no sense.
Now, for the record, I saved it because I thought that there was a kernel of truth here, and that's why.
The only kernel of truth is I think he spelled Nebraska correctly. That's about it. I mean, we did the poll question.
I know. I'm not going to disagree with any of this stuff.
And we've always seen how optimism grows through the course of the offseason. And this year, it is high.
We were talking about Adrian Martinez winning the Heisman a couple of years ago. Right?
And that's why you guys are missing the point. He's not, I can't believe I'm just like defending a random tweet. He's not saying that people weren't optimistic those years. He's saying this year he doesn't buy that people are
And
actually.
I'm saying, what is he basing that off of? Or is that just some crackpot theory he's got cooking up inside of his cranium?
I'll ask him.
Because I, to me anyway, it seems like this optimism is no more or less grounded in reality than any other year's optimism. It's the same.
Of course. Yes. And I mean, and he needs to learn. He needs to learn what kind of a hellscape we've been in, not short term, it's long term. So if we've been playing mental tricks on ourselves to put on a good face, if we had to do it this year, you don't think we had to do that 4 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago? Yeah. I mean, it's been terrible, Josh. Like
I know. I've watched them.
Yeah. So I don't get it. Like I'm not sure why he thinks there's some level of depth some new depth of sadness that they've reached this year that they've never been at before.
Yeah, if anything, I would think that there would be the opposite. You know, that even though they, famously lost out when they had a chance to clinch, but as soon as Dylan Raiola came in, man, the optimism started going right back up.
And listen, he may be right. It may be unjustified optimism. That's certainly possible. I'm certainly keeping that possibility in my head.
He never said it was unjustified optimism.
Okay. Well, all right. Well,
I've tried to explain it to you a bunch. He never said that it was unjustified.
We understand. I think we understand what it's saying, but I'm just trying to figure out what could that possibly be based on, other than just some crackpot theory he's got cooked up. I mean, every year, every place in America, you see optimism grow throughout the course of the season. Again, as Jack mentioned, whether it's grounded in any reality, that obviously will be played out on the football field. But to suggest that John Q. Husker fan out there is faking his optimism this year versus any other year, I would have theorized that's more probable in most any other year except this year. And I don't believe it then because I've been around this fan base long enough. We're always optimistic.
The difference is this year it's centered around one player.
Sure.
I mean, that's what's driving it.
You think so?
That they've never had. I mean, that's the difference between the optimism this year and other years.
Well, that's interesting because whenever I talk about my optimism, I feel like I rarely centered around Dylan. I centered around the defense.
I think some people's optimism is centered around Dylan.
I thought we were talking about the normies, Josh. I didn't know we were talking about your in-depth optimism.
You think? I guess. And I'm being serious. Like, I just don't ever hear from a lot of people that are like, they're going to take this huge leap because of Dylan this year. I don't ever.
Compared to the quarterback play last year?
That's what it's always. It was always just, he's not going to be bad. But I haven't heard like one person this year say, I think they're going to win 9 games because of the quarterback. I never have gotten that discussion. People seem so afraid to say anything like super glowing about the guy.
That's true. That's the best point right there, Josh. Everyone, whatever this guy says that people are being overly fake optimistic, almost every single person is holding back a little bit of, concern that it's not going to happen. Everyone is gun shy, whether they say it or not. They've got that space in their heart that they're gun shy. How could you not be at this point? You are making mental preparations for everything to go down the tube If and it may happen or it may not, but yeah, there's everybody who's got that concern, I think, or the vast majority of people, and they're worried about people like you guys being too positive too. There's so much concern. I mean, your drunk caller the other day, he was, like there is just like legitimate concern in the fan base about talking heads, about media being too positive. Like it makes people legitimately mad that that's happening. Well, last year you were too high about beating Colorado. Do you know how many people that guy's not the only person I've heard say that. I've heard all kinds of people say that. Like there's
people really do not like it when we make fun of Colorado. It's weird.
It's so,
well, I'm going to continue to make fun of them if they continue to put their foot in their mouth as they typically do. Sorry.
Thought Shador had a good take last week.
Josh thinks that Shador's take that everyone treats Colorado like their Super Bowl was a good take. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's right.
Thank you.
Wow, you guys are insane. But okay.
Wow, this is fun. I agree with him. Agree with him. This is a fun game. You guys just take turns. You're volleying. It's like Wimbledon for bad takes.
Nice, Jack.
Well, if you're the line judge, I don't trust
of course
you
he's
either.
right. Of
Because
course
bad
he's
calls
right.
matter, Jack.
Expand on it, Jack. Expand it so I have somebody on my side.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams that are getting the circus of Colorado and getting what these teams, and often, I assume, in a lot of cases, perceive as undue attention and adulation that they haven't earned yet, especially last year. Yeah, and then the circus coming into town with the media around Dion, especially, I mean, referring to last year, and it's going to continue into this year, at least at the beginning of the year as well. Yeah, you've got a completely different level of, I mean, for me, I considered it last year and I considered it this year. For right or for wrong, I feel that way about the game against Nebraska.
I think we're having a slightly different conversation. Again, I have never said that this wasn't important to the fans, and it's not important to the team. I've not said that. I just don't think it's the most important game.
Are you talking about Nebraska or generally or other teams or both?
Well, I guess in this particular standpoint, I'm saying just Nebraska, but it's especially ridiculous to suggest that everyone treats Colorado like their Super Bowl because they don't. I mean, there are other teams that have higher aspirations than even Nebraska does that, Colorado's just another game.
Okay,
There's
I
a
suppose
difference between the importance of a game and wanting to beat somebody because they keep running off at the mouth. Because that's what the motivation for Colorado is.
Okay. Well,
they just want to shut them up, not because they're good, but because they keep running off at the mouth.
Okay, well, we're debating what the definition of being someone's Super Bowl is to some degree.
Sure.
But it's a game they're incredibly they want to beat the opponent because of who they are.
Right.
Instead of just generally wanting to win to be successful. And so that's how I interpret what he said. And I think that's absolutely true. I think that's true. I think it'll be true this year. I think it's true of Nebraska this year. I can't imagine it's not true of Nebraska this year. Will it be okay if you want to go back and, figure out the metrics of what a win in that game would do versus a win against Iowa? Yeah, maybe you're right because it's a conference game. It's got more that's actually hanging on it, but there's nothing like that game. There's nothing like that game. Because frankly, I mean, to be honest, and I'll try not to get on my soapbox again, but
here we go.
It takes so much these days in these modern days for either a fan base or players or team to even admit that a rivalry exists, that you dislike another team or you want to beat a team because of who they are. Thank goodness for Colorado, at least making that a lot easier for people for the first time in a long time, because they won't do it with Iowa or Wisconsin or Minnesota or anybody else because it's below them.
And for the record, I don't disagree with that. But and you're probably right. I am taking and that's why again I say what Swiss Family Sanders likes to do, they cut great promos. They are great heels. They know exactly what to say to get people to react. Right? But yes, I am. When I think of someone's Super Bowl, I think of an important game that you want to win because it's that game, not because of who the opponent is or anything that they've said or their behavior or anything like that.
I guess in that our conversation, a conference game is always more important than a non-conference game. So pick your biggest conference game, and that's always your Super Bowl. I mean, if you want to look at it that way. So I guess to that degree, I agree with you, but I don't think that was his point.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
Another bad take taken care of. Josh, your turn. Say something stupid.
I have no bad takes. All of my takes are great.
Oh, you've already had some. I mean,
we did get the answer, by the way, for the question that was sweeping the crossover back on February the 23rd. What will Thomas Fidoni's ranking be? Thank you to listener Tyler for giving us an answer.
Let me guess.
Jack? So real quick, you can guess, but I'll give you what we all had. John had a 79. Nick said that he would be a 72. I went 76. Odson went 75. Happer said, I'm abstaining because I'm a weenie. And then on May the 7th said, I am no longer a weenie, 77. Jack, what do you think his overall ranking or rating will be?
So I have a tiny bit of context because I know Dylan Raiola's is an 80, and I believe Malachi Coleman's is also an 82 from what I've heard. So based on that context, I'm going to guess Fidoni is probably, man, I bet he's I bet he might be higher than those. I bet he might be like an 82.
Okay. Did you see my tweet?
No.
You got it correctly.
No, I didn't at all. That was just absolutely brilliant.
He's an 82 overall. So you won.
I won, but that seems too high.
What? John said it, not me.
Sad.
John said it.
They have Colorado as an 80 overall
Sue me,
school,
I
I think.
Is he the highest rated player on the team?
Tyler asked if I wanted anything else, and I said, yeah, just feel free to send over the highest ranked players in general on Nebraska's roster. So
honestly, I'm surprised that that's not every other tweet on my time.
I know Raiola and Coleman are 80s. That's all I know.
Nice.
So
how did you know that Coleman was an 80?
Because my son talks
sources.
To him. Yes, my son and by the way, thank you to my son for buying a PS5 so I can go play this game while he works now. This is cool.
Nice. Daniel Kalen, by the way, 69 overall.
Nice.
Yeah.
Told you there was 3 guys in that quarterback room.
Let's see. Harburg, 73 overall. So,
okay. This is a fun game. You just throw these out. We could guess them all day.
Yeah.
Oh, this sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, by the way, I have just seen another picture of fake Southerner Brian Kelly.
No, John, he's a real Southerner.
Oh, that's right. He's authentic.
He lives there.
He's
Gumbo.
Yeah.
So apparently the thing to do now at SEC Media Days is to get on this mechanical bull looking thing and wear a cowboy hat.
Cool.
And Brian Kelly is now wearing a cowboy hat, flashing an L, which, by the way, isn't to represent the fact that he thinks he's a loser, but that's for LSU.
Does he do it like this? Just like this?
I'm sorry. I wasn't looking.
Does he just do it like this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously, that is like the loser sign. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, it's actually with the other hand, so it actually looks like an L when it's facing you. And that's now the thing. So
you're out on that, Jack?
On the double point?
Happer started that thing a few years ago with Matt Rule. And now Matt Rule does it all the time.
Happer started it with him? What?
Happer, there's a photo of Happer doing it and Matt Rule being next to him. And then after that, Matt Rule started doing it all the time. It's very interesting.
Okay, well, I won't, since I consider Happer a friend, I won't say what I was going to say about it.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, now you consider him a friend, considering that tonight's this huge game of yours.
It got postponed.
It got canceled because of heat.
Wow, soft.
Yeah, Crime Town at it
Listen,
again.
I can't listen. I cannot.
I went for a walk last night in this. It wasn't that bad.
I didn't make the city's policies. I'm not sad to be able to sit at home and play video games all night. And it also means I won't be out of town for Championship Monday. 2 weeks from today, everybody, it's going to be the biggest event in Lincoln sports history. Yeah, I said it. I don't care. Be there. Mahoney Park. We hoist the trophy. We shut up all the haters. Speaking of Happer, we hoist the trophy.
I'm so confused. Like,
coming
so
down.
The things just keep getting canceled and postponed, and that moves you to the championship. This is maybe the Cowboys should look into this. They could win a Super Bowl.
I posted the bracket. You can see how it works. Since we are in the winners bracket, we've not lost a game. We had one game scheduled tonight. It got pushed back. Whether we win or lose, we are going to be in the final day of competition. Now, if we would lose in the semis, we have to win 3 straight games to come out of the losers bracket. That said, if we win on Monday, we only have to win 1, And then the biggest party Lincoln's ever. People hanging from the traffic lights like it's 1995 again. You know, grown men weeping openly. It is going to be great. People getting tattoos.
Oh, awesome.
You know, to commemorate it, I'm sure. It's what a story. What a story. When they go back at the end of the year and they're like the 10 best stories of this year in sports locally,
Something tells me they're
that will
just
be
gonna
on
keep
there.
finding new reasons to postpone this thing, and then eventually they're just going to default them this trophy that
Pretty
they're supposed to
amazing.
get.
I'm worried that Jack might have paid someone under the table.
Why? I mean, we won on the field. We did it on the field.
Interesting.
We won the game, and that's what we'll continue to do. We'll continue to win games. The team's come together. We've really come together. It's I'm not going to say it's me, but somebody's been developing these guys, right? Somebody that went from a bunch of I's to a we since April.
I don't know, Jack. This seems like a lot of disingenuous confidence.
A little bit nice.
A little disingenuous confidence.
Full circle. Full circle.
Because I'm trying to protect my heart.
Something.
By the way, Nick, before
that.
we say goodbye to Jack, is there an app for Twitch that we could watch Jack play video games on our Roku? Is there really? We might have to pull Jack watching. We might have to pull that up on this, don't you think?
Yeah, on the.
There's nothing else.
Yeah, it's a
Nick
Twitch app.
That's what Nick just said.
Just do that.
There we go, Jack. We're gonna have your game on.
Nick, you're blowing their minds with this technology.
I know.
My mind isn't that blown.
Oh, would you stop?
Yeah. No, you were the one who was confused, John. Very old.
No, I wasn't. I was just asking if we were talking about it on Roku.
Jack, are you doing a dynasty, or are you gonna jump right in, or are you gonna do
I'm just gonna jump in and play Nebraska's schedule. I will do a dynasty, of course, and I'm open to any people who want me in their dynasties. So please hit me up on Twitter if you'd like me in your dynasty, at least for the next 2 weeks till my son takes away his PS5 and moves to college.
Are you going to create a team at all, or are you just going to cruise with Nebraska?
I don't like to do that, Nick.
No,
I'm
that's
just
for
a dynasty
5-year-olds. 5-year-olds create teams.
Yeah, I don't need to be making
dynasty
my own
mode is where it's at, Nick.
You can create a team and do dynasty mode.
That's
with
not
that
fun.
team.
You want to take your favorite team.
I want a real team. I want a real team.
Yeah.
In one, I'm already in one. It was all group of 5 teams. Who do you guys guess that I picked?
I know who you picked.
You know who I picked, John. Who do you guess I picked?
For the team you want to take?
Yeah, I can take any group of 5 team. No Power 5 teams.
Well, I mean, old me would have said Ohio.
Oh,
big Frank Solich. Hey, you're not off. Think another former Husker.
Buffalo?
Think another former Husker.
I'm going. It's going to be Wyoming because because I'm a huge Craig Bowl fan.
Craig Bowl. I was thinking
Craig
Bowl.
And I'm hoping for snow games. It would be the other reason.
Before you go, Jack, YouTube user wants to know, what are the odds Jack gets hooked over the next 5 weeks and buys his own PS5 when his son goes back to college?
75%. I mean, not low. Which reminds me, feel free to contribute. Feel free to contribute to my GoFundMe so Jack can have a PS5.
I don't know if the official Twitch app exists.
Oh, wow. Nick was so confident. And is he wrong?
And once again, the old guy who supposedly doesn't know technology.
You can.
What's the deal with the greatness?
That's not the same thing.
I know
Nick.
it's not the same. That's not what I was talking about. They used to have one for Roku, then it got discontinued recently.
I stand with the old
Just
man.
Chromecast it or something. I mean,
I just said.
All right, I guess.
Okay, sorry.
Cast it.
Everybody was talking over
Where's
you.
that
I'm sorry.
on your phone?
No, it'd be on your computer.
Okay, here we
As
go.
we're still trying to upload, by the way, it's still not working.
I tried it too. It's not going to work. You did a lot of work.
That ruined my whole segment.
Jack, go have fun playing video games.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for letting me go, guys.
Bye-bye.
There he goes. Nerd boy.
That's Jack.
Going off to play his nerd games.
It's Jack Mitchell. It's our friend Jack Mitchell.
Bye, Jack. That's so weird.
Yeah, apparently doesn't exist anymore.
It's very disappointing. You were so confident.
Yeah.
Again, because
normally when you're confident, I mean, you're wrong sometimes. But you were so confident.
It doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be.
Getting defensive.
It doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be, but also it was recently discontinued. I'm not sure what the deal is.
Sad. So we can't watch Jack's video game on our TV. That's a bummer. Unless Nick Chromecasts it from his phone.
It's not like an internet browser on Roku, is there?
Oh, we can watch the RNC. Wouldn't you like to do that?
You're the guy who doesn't want to watch that. I'd be happy to.
Oh, Lord of the Rings. We can watch the... That's what I did the other night.
I would much rather watch the RNC.
I watched the extended edition of The Two Towers.
Be at the RNC.
All right. Still to come, maybe some kickoff. Man, that kickoff stuff is very interesting.
We can talk about it. It's just not going
Just
to be.
won't be as much fun.
It will not be. Yeah.
It's still not working.
By the way, we got an email from Brian, the Brian man of the group.
Yeah.
There's no official app for stupid Amazon reasons. They own Twitch, so the official app is Fire exclusive. Oh, we can do it on that
makes
TV
sense.
then.
We can do it on that
The
TV.
app you want is
great.
titled Twoku.
Don't use Twoku.
You have to add it using an app code via
Yes,
Roku's
don't
website.
do that.
That's fine. We'll use that TV. We have that TV.
I assume are you on the same Reddit thread I was just on?
No, it's an email from Brian.
Okay. Well, that is
No, we're
almost
trying to get
exactly
accurate
word for
news.
word the Reddit thread. That's one of those
That's fine. We're not
steal
going to
your
use that. We'll
information.
use the Fire Stick.
Don't use Twoku.
We'll use the Fire Stick,
Yes.
Nick. We're going to use the Fire Stick.
We'll use the Fire Stick.
We'll
All
use
right,
the Fire
Let's
Stick.
all try to get in better moods.
I'm in a fine mood.
Now
it's-
Nick's in the
it's-
bad
No,
mood.
I'm not.
Let's all come together and hug. John,
No.
get on in
Get your
here.
damn hands off me.
Hug me.
It's too hot. 1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. We are at that really weird week of the year where we don't have anything going on, but that doesn't mean there aren't ways to play on the Circus Sports Iowa app. The Home Run Derby is tonight. Omaha's own Alec Boehm is plus 2850 to win it all. But if you want to play it safe, Pete Alonso has the best odds at plus 360. And if you don't want to bet on an outright winner of the Derby, you can also wager on who advances to the semifinals with some yes-no lines. And if you would rather, for some reasons that are beyond me, watch the NBA Summer League, then Circus Sports Iowa's tight moneyline splits have you covered anywhere in the state of Iowa. The Jazz minus 185 against the Kings tonight. They also have totals and game spreads available to you. And if you want to look ahead to football season, be sure to check out a couple of the contests Circus Sports is happening right now in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million in guaranteed prizes between the two. No rake. Details at circusports.com. Check out Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, let me know if he's losing yet.
Yeah, last I saw, he was on the main menu for like 2 minutes.
I can't wait to watch Jack try to use the new throwing mechanic.
Yeah.
Oh, and kicking a field goal. Have you seen what kicking a field goal looks like in this game?
I've heard it's very difficult.
It's wild.
I've not had a chance to actually watch it, but I've heard that it is very difficult.
I can't wait for him to discover this.
Well, maybe we'll discover this depending on how fast that TV. Everything is working slowly or not well today.
It's not working very well today, John.
I wonder if the satellites have been disrupted or like the green cloud is above us and it's disrupting technology.
Green cloud?
I don't know. It's always a green cloud. But thankfully, the green cloud didn't hit last night so that MLB could get in their draft. In fact, the draft is moving right along. In fact, I've seen that a couple of Huskers have been taken. We'll get you an update here in just a minute. But one of the fun things about having the College World Series is the ability to see all of these guys, and then just a few days or weeks later, they're or not in the big leagues, unless you're Paul Skeens, but they're drafted, they're into an organization. But looking back at the first round yesterday of the Major League Draft, it was very heavy College World Series.
Yes, it was.
A lot of very familiar names. Now, of course, Travis Bizzano went first. He did not play in the College World Series, but Chase Burns of Wake Forest, we saw him last year. Charlie Condon of Georgia, did not see him.
Go Rockies.
He was close. Nick Kurtz of Wake Forest saw him. Hagen Smith, Arkansas, saw him. Jack Caglione saw him the last 2 years. J.J. Weatherholt, West Virginia, didn't quite make it. Christian Moore, Tennessee, saw him. But as by my count, 11 of the top 30 MLB draft picks played in Omaha in at least once in the last 2 years, and 15 of the top 40 played in Omaha.
Nice.
Which is relatively comparable to where we were last year at this time. So, I don't know. There's just something fun about, and now that, especially with some of these older players like Skeens was, like Wyatt Langford, and just the timeline of how guys are getting called up faster, the ability, I mean, it used to be, like Roger Clemens. I got to look up old Raj here, and not that Roger was a hero of any kind, but he is.
Thank you for your service, Roger.
He is a very famous College World Series alum. So when he played in the CWS, let's see, 1983.
Okay.
1983. He was called up to the big leagues a year later. 1984, he made his major league debut, right?
So like Skeens in a way.
So kind of like Skeens.
Hell yeah.
Though with Skeens, I mean, it was...
Yeah, literally not even a year later.
Yeah, not even a year
later. It almost
later.
felt like they put Skeens in the minors as a courtesy more than anything.
Well, we talked about it a little bit, right? About how, controlling contracts and those types of situation.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But, to be able to see these guys and then within another year or two to see them in the big leagues, I don't know, there's something fun about that.
Well, really, I think the fun part is that it's kind of different compared to other sports, right? Like you go to the NFL draft, you turn on the NFL draft. Though, you know what, John, you turn on the NBA draft these days and it's not as recognizable as it was when you were growing up or even when I was growing up, where, when a guy got drafted when you were a kid going into the NBA, there was a story behind that guy. You knew who they were. You knew what they stood for. You knew how good they were.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, I feel that way with football, especially a lot of the guys in the first round, or most of the guys, if not all the guys in the first round. It's only like 7th, 8th, or 6th, 7th rounds in the NFL where it really starts getting into these players where you're like, I don't really know a whole lot about those guys. But this is different right now with baseball because they are a lot of players that were just in Omaha participating in the College World Series. So there's a story that's attached to them. We know about their skills. They've been on the big stage. It's interesting. It's different.
I think genuinely that has helped propel me into the MLB as I am now.
Because you've seen these guys?
Because I've got to see these guys, especially Paul Skeens. I remember just being in awe at him, watching him from the booth during the College World Series and just seeing him come up.
We like to
watch
have
him
that,
in the majors.
We like to have that connection of
Jack
saying,
Caglione. I wanted him to be on the Rockies so bad, but I'm still going to go see him for the week he's probably going to play with the Storm Chasers.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's only going to be a good thing for the sport. And, how much of this, and we talk about this a lot, is COVID eligibility and those types of things versus how much of this is, something that is going to happen more and more with players getting drafted. Don't know the answer because we're still only in this kind of COVID moment that we are, and there's still a couple more years left of eligibility for those guys. But, yeah, I mean, we had the draft on last night for, just a little bit. And there were a lot of the names that I recognize. Like, oh, that guy was in Omaha. That guy was in Omaha. That's the guy who hit a lot of home runs, right? So pretty different compared to some other years where I wouldn't know anybody who was getting picked.
And even watching it last night, I watched just the top 10 because even after the Rockies had their third round or their third pick of the first round, I'm like, I just want to see where these other people land.
Mm-hmm.
Two Nebraskans. Well, I should say, first off, Tyson Lewis, the high school sensation from Millard West, 51st pick overall to the Reds. So really cool to see an Omaha high school kid drafted that high. But two Huskers have been taken today. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? Oops. Sorry about that, folks. I was doing the search and then it switched on me.
Look, it's Herbie.
Yeah, Jack's found his game. So we'll be watching during the break.
Looks so good.
And for some reason now everything has frozen up. Man, technology is just not
working.
We're
having a rough go with
technology is not working. Day. Josh Caron went 4th round to the Mariners, and Brett Sears just got picked up 7th round by the Braves. So that's the latest on Nebraska or local.
Hey, wait, who did you say real fast? Who did you say?
Brett Sears.
Okay, yeah.
Went 7th round to.
Just want to make sure I had all the names.
Yeah, for some reason.
Because they tweeted out, Nebraska did a few minutes ago, the graphic of him getting drafted by Sears, that is, getting drafted by the Braves.
Yes. So there you go.
Nice.
That's the latest on that. And yes, we've been able to successfully dial up Nebraska's Twitch. Now we can watch him. I'm surprised he didn't go to celebrations right away.
Nope, he's going to the depth chart.
Oh.
Yeah, so because he's...
Oh, let's see. NAIA is not on the roster.
No, yeah, somebody tweeted at us and said that rosters are like 80 deep, so you're not going to be able to have all your players. Though, if you're wondering who the 4th string quarterback is, it's Tristan Alvano.
Who's a 12 overall.
Yeah, tough. That wouldn't be very good.
So Rayola's
looks like
81.
John's thinking about...
Well, because it's the kicker and
thinking about subbing him.
The kicker and the punter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not great. Not great.
Yeah. Let's see. Who else do we...
Who the hell do they have as the number 1 running back?
Michael Beckwith?
That's not a real person.
I don't recognize his name.
Nope, that's fake.
That's gonna.
Oh
feel
no,
very
it's already
odd.
screwed up.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Come
you know,
on,
not
NCAA.
every player agreed to it.
No, who is that? Oh, did Jack do like a sub? What is going on?
No, he's subbing. He's changing his
okay.
depth chart.
Okay.
He's changing his depth chart because they had Beckwith as the number 1 running back, and he just moved Emmett Johnson into the number 1 running back. So he's just readjusting his depth chart.
Who is Beckwith? That's not a person.
I know.
That's not a real person.
Jamal Banks is an 84. Isaiah Nayer's an 82. There's Coleman's 80. Jalen Lloyd only a 77.
Cool. We're going to be doing this.
Wait a minute.
What?
Fedoni's a 71.
That's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
If you switch him to tight end.
So that's...
I see.
That's why
I see.
Buschini was a 12 quarterback. Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
You're learning. Hey, we'll help you out.
You get to mess with positions. The same thing
There you
happens
go.
in
There's
the show.
Fedoni, 82.
Yeah, overalls.
Oh, he's doing a lot of subs. Just play the damn game, Jack.
He's got to set it up. It's UTEP. It's the most important
This
game
is
of the
so
season.
stupid.
It is.
No, it's
It
not.
is the most important game of the season.
Losers.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
I'm interested to see what team they're going to use as UNI because those schools aren't included. It's going to be
just-
FBS, Central?
It's FCS.
FCS
something.
Central?
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue in a moment. 1620 The Zone.
StreamYard's probably just having issues today. At least it's not having an issue going out to Twitch and YouTube.
Sometimes intimate moments happen spontaneously. At Hims, we know it's always better to be ready. And the best way to be ready anytime is to go to hims.com today. Because when you go to hims.com/radio, you'll find doctor-trusted ED treatments for less with the same active
Listen, as one who used to be of video games, I get, all the attention to detail.
Yeah.
But this is the most boring Twitch I've ever seen in
Come
my
on,
life.
man. Play the damn game.
I didn't realize they had like every little specific.
Good Lord.
If you
here's
want
here's your third and long back. Here's your 4th and 17 or greater back.
See,
and he's changing everything.
This kind of attention to detail makes sense if you're going to do a dynasty or franchise. But if you're just jumping into a game, you don't have to do that, Jack. You don't have to do that. Oh, celebrations. He's going through the celebrations.
Of course
now.
he is.
It's a celebration.
Man, I'll be honest. Nick is doing a lot of video game splaining. He's now doing it on Twitter. He's been doing it off the air.
I don't know.
This is my wheelhouse.
After I was misled a moment ago by Nick.
Yeah, I
with
know.
Video game splaining. I think I'm just going to go to Twitch.
That was Twitch.
I think I'm just going to go to Reddit where all the information.
That was Twitch
I love
splaining,
Reddit.
not video game splaining.
Aaron Papillion, is he setting up his audibles? No, he was setting up his depth chart for literally every single thing ever.
Now he's looking at controls.
Oh my gosh, Jack.
Jack, they show up on the screen.
He's been streaming for like 15 minutes. This is not the way to get people to watch your Twitch stream, Jack.
Welcome to July 15th.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to July 15th. Well,
So it almost makes you want to count down to the season, doesn't
finally,
it, John?
finally,
All right,
we're ready to go. The
Apparently
stadium-
kicking is really difficult.
The stadium
so-
looks pretty good here.
Yeah?
It looks pretty realistic.
Yeah, they did a
must
really
say.
good job. I think they went through and they scanned every stadium down to the most minute detail.
So UTEP is going to start with the ball against Jack, and Cade McConnell will be their quarterback. UTEP's got some nice looking helmets. I like the little minor pickaxe on the side of the helmet. It's pretty cool. All right, so Jack's going to get his defense set up. Will Jack already be losing by the time we come back from break and greet Mitch Sherman?
Excellent question.
Because I got a lot of questions for Mitch Sherman because he had a really interesting article last week, and we talked about it, his conversation with Troy Dannon. And so we'll get his thoughts on that and other things still to come on 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. You'll be happy to know, ladies and gentlemen, we're already in peak mid-season mode. Rooting against Jack. UTEP scored on a very quick, methodical drive, and then on 3rd and 8, poor Dylan Raiola just got drilled trying to deliver a pass. Hopefully he's okay. But the Miners are up 7-0.
Oh, boy.
And you all mocked me for not saying that this was the most important game. Who's laughing now?
You certainly are. Oh, man.
Hello, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch.
Can you guys imagine the gripping that would happen if that's how it starts? And I'm not saying it won't start like that. I'm way beyond saying it won't start like that because we've all seen it start like that.
Yeah.
But this time around, if that's how it goes, can you there will just be I can't I'm having a hard time even putting it into words.
Jack,
what it would be like.
Mitch,
it's too early to think that way.
I can hear the sound that the stadium will make.
Yes.
If that is the case. If Nebraska's defense gives up a few third downs and then a touchdown and then Dylan Raiola gets sacked on 3rd and long.
You know, we talked about all the detail in this game.
Yeah.
I wonder if the
murmurs?
Memorial Stadium murmur is included in this.
No. Oh, God.
That would be next level if it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Would it be? I mean, it's almost as iconic as, the
Tunnel Walk?
The Tunnel Walk itself.
The horseshoe.
The Memorial Stadium murmur.
I don't know if that's something. I feel like that's something. Memorial Stadium murmur. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it's not really anything that I've ever verbalized before. And I don't think that really is in the awareness of the college football public outside of our little bubble.
Mitch, for the tweets that I've seen from you, it doesn't seem like you are someone who either A, got an early copy, or B, will be participating in playing this game a whole lot moving forward. If that's the case, do you feel a little bit of FOMO, like you're on the outside looking in? Not at all?
No, I'm fine. I'm glad that I'm not into it. I'm glad that I wasn't into it in 2014. See, in 2014 and in the years leading up to that when it got really big, I had really young kids. And, my kids were born in 06 and 10. So I was nowhere near a video game console when they were like little rugrats, and it saved me from the hysteria right now because I could do it now. Like they're old enough that they want to play, and I'm not getting my 13-year-old the appropriate console to play. Like he's got an Xbox One, and he plays it enough. Like if he wants to play College Football 25, which he does, he can go to his friend's house. Like get out of the house, get out of your room, and go play it. And for me, I don't care. I care professionally because it's a big story for some reason in the media. And I at some point will probably be asking some players about what do you think? I'm going to try to avoid that, but sometimes you just have to do things for your job that you don't really want to do or don't have interest in. And that will be me at some point talking to college football players about a video game. No, my kids want it, and not so much my daughter, but she's a college football freak herself, but she doesn't want it. My 13-year-old, he does, and he can play it, just not at our house because he's on his stuff. He's on it enough. If he only played the video games like an hour a day, then I'd get him everything he wanted.
Sorry, Mitch, but I'm sorry. We probably should just turn this off.
We really should. It's going to be very distracting.
Jack just had a long pass that should have been a touchdown. And was that Jalen Lloyd?
Yes, it was.
And for some reason, Jack decided at the 2-yard line, instead of celebrating, he must have hit the wrong button because Jalen Lloyd turned and pitched it backwards 15 yards, recovered by UTEP.
Oh,
no, that's
God.
not going to happen. That will not happen.
No, yes, we put it on the list. That play will not happen.
Nick, you need to isolate just that 15 seconds of us reacting.
Yeah,
to
that was funny
because that was priceless. He had to be thinking he was pushing the celebration button.
Yeah,
when he pushed something else. Anyway, let's get serious here.
Did he play this at all before he started streaming?
No, he set it up. He adjusted the depth chart a little bit, and that was all that he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
No, definitely not.
By the way, Mitch, who is Beckwith? Apparently, there's a running back on the roster that's Beckwith, Michael Beckwith.
No, that's a made-up person.
Okay. Well, someone who's not a made-up person is Jamar Mosey, the former head coach at Lee's Summit North. This was a hire over the weekend made by Matt Rule, and you were one of the first people, Mitch, to kind of throw it out a couple weeks ago. The idea of how coaches are going to be hired now that even the analysts can coach on the field. So, what's your read on this hire by Matt Rule and what it means now moving forward?
Yeah, it was interesting. Troy Dannon kind of shut that down when I talked to him on Thursday about this subject. And he said, we're not going to go out and hire a bunch of people. And then Matt Rule goes out and hires somebody 2 days later. So I don't think they're going to dramatically make over their staff and Dannon even brought up, like, they're not going to have a recruiting department that recruits off campus and then another staff that coaches on campus. I'm not saying that anyone will do that right now, but I think there's unintended consequences and that's eventually going to trend somewhat in that direction. Dannon again said that the players that we've talked to, they really want to be coached by the coaches who recruit them. And I get that. And there's good reason for that. So with Jamar Mosey, most recently an analyst at UCF, he was there all of about 3 months after leaving Lee Summit North, where he coached for about a decade. And it's interesting, I think, for a number of reasons. One, he's a good coach, and now he can coach on the field, and he's going to be able to help your team. He was a running back at Oklahoma, so I'm going to say that his specialty is on the offensive side, but he's been a head coach, so that could be wrong. Maybe he's going to help out in the secondary where they have a new full-time position coach coming in. I don't know what their plans are with him, just that he's a senior analyst, or if he's going to be more recruiting focused, which seems to be somewhere that he could add some firepower for Nebraska, because if nothing else, it's a name that Kansas City area players will recognize. I don't think players are going to come to Nebraska. I'll just say this, very clearly. I don't think Kansas City talent is going to come to Nebraska and commit to Nebraska because they have Jamar Mosey on their staff as an analyst. But I do think that he can help open some doors to bring some players to camp and just to get the awareness of Nebraska more out there, because they're dealing with some tough situations in Kansas City right now, which is an area that obviously Nebraska wants to succeed in. But Mizzou in the SEC is a better program or a better team than Nebraska right now. I won't say better program, but a better team than Nebraska right now. Mm-hmm. And the same can be said of Kansas and Kansas State. So in Oklahoma, cherry picks Kansas City very well. So they need to bulk up in that area. And if Mosey can help with awareness and bringing players to campus, then they'll stand a better chance to get some of those guys. And last but not least, his son, Isaiah Mosey, we'll see what happens there, but he's a 4-star wide receiver committed to Oregon, and maybe he wants to go to Oregon, and this has got nothing to do with anything related to that, and it won't impact, but your eyes have to kind of perk up, I think, at least at first, with that topic.
Mitch, you had a chance to speak to Troy Dannon last week. First time on the record that we had all had a chance to hear about the move to grass. Sounds like it'll be obviously at the earliest a 2026 thing, and who knows if it'll exactly be that, I guess, in theory. Let me ask you it from this perspective. Why is moving to grass as big of a deal as we have all made it out to be? Because you hear us talk about it, and it's like this massive story, but I've had multiple fans say, okay, but why should I care about this? Why should a Husker fan care about this move?
Well, you watched the spring game, right? And you saw Demetrius Bell and Bly Hill go down with knee injuries in a period of about 5 minutes in the first half. And Nebraska, its head coach, its administration, its medical staff believes that those things are avoidable and are much less likely to happen if they have a surface that gives in the stadium. So, I think that should be good enough for most people. Nebraska has had its share of injuries that have been devastating to the program, and you want to minimize that. Whatever way you can minimize that, I think is essential. Now, in the past, in playing on turf, was always like a speed thing. clearly, if you let your grass grow like Northwestern has been known to do, you can slow teams down like Ohio State. Nebraska doesn't want to be a slow plodding Big Ten team. Matt Rule, he wants his team to be fast and electric and have wide receivers that they recruit through because of their track times and benefit from that. And you can do that with the grass that's maintained the right way. It's going to get tricky in November, but that's the case, I think, everywhere in the Big Ten, unless you're at USC or UCLA. So, most importantly, the head coach really wants it.
Yeah.
And that's the direction that the administration wants to go, is the direction that the head coach wants them to go.
So do you think it is a done deal? As you pointed out in your story last week, they're gonna do the test fields first, the grass practice fields first. But were you under the impression that that was merely a formality, that this will be a thing that happens?
Pretty much. It could somehow fail spectacularly outside on the grass, and they already have grass fields over there. And there's some question about exactly what kind of technology they're using right now. And I want to follow up with Troy about that in Indy next week. He told me they're going to tear the fields up again. They tore them up last year, but they're going to tear them up again after the season this year, like in February of 2025, and put down new grass basically do it the exact way they want to do it in the stadium. And they will then stay off of that in the spring of 25 and use it as a practice field in the fall of 25. And if it goes as expected, then after the 25 season, they'll do the stadium the same way they did 12 months earlier with the practice fields outdoors. So I don't know what they did with the grass outside here when they built the Osborne complex and then tore up some turf and put grass down there. But it's like they're going through a do-over a little bit here in the next year as a test run case for the stadium. And maybe it's happening a year later than, if it's 26, than what they would have originally intended when this plan was hatched. But that's again a question for Rule and for Dannon in a follow-up. And I do think it's going to happen for sure.
Mitch, what is Nebraska's place at Big Ten Media Days this year?
Well, every day is kind of its own little entity, and Nebraska's up on the same day as Iowa, and I believe SC and UCLA are on that day also. Am I right? I know Oregon and Washington are the third day. Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State are spread out. Maybe USC and UCLA are the first day. But as far as in the overall so some of it is if Lincoln Riley and Ryan Day, they don't talk on the same day. But if they're on the stage, then people are going to be clamoring about them. And I'm sure on the day that Michigan's up, which I think is day 3, it's going to be about the defending national champs and can Sharon Moore, keep this thing going, and how do they go with a new quarterback and all of that. So it's kind of like fitting in to the space that you're given. And I think in reviewing it, Nebraska's on a day where it can generate some attention. But then again, what's the story here? Matt Rule's not a first-year coach. He had a losing season in his first year. Yeah, there's some momentum around Nebraska football, but do people outside of Nebraska really believe it, or do they think, maybe they'll go 7-5 and Dylan Raiola is not going to be there, obviously, but he'll be among the conversation about Nebraska. If Rule talks about Raiola differently than he has most of the offseason, then I think that'll kind of be the storyline in the conversation around Nebraska. But I suspect he's going to talk about it in the same way he did after the spring game, which is we're going to need all of our quarterbacks, and nobody's rushing Dylan into anything, and he doesn't have to start, and it's about we're going to use them all, things like that. He's a talented young player, but Heinrich and Danny are good too. So if that's the case, then Nebraska might somewhat fly under the radar in Indy.
The main thrust of your story last week with Dannon had more to do with the roster size and the potential of limitations than it did the grass practice field. I'm curious, as Dannon was talking about the timeline, could we be seeing something, or at least is maybe part of the pitch by some of the coaches, the ability to have more guys on your roster in the spring and early fall, and then kind of like the NFL, have cut down dates and be to a
Yeah.
certain number by a certain day?
Yeah, his main point with all of that was the devil is in the details. And right now you have 120 players when they open camp, so that's not necessarily a huge departure from what the decision makers are talking about. And according to some of the reporting about what the roster limitation is going to be. Now, when they open the season, they'll have another 30 players this year, roughly, which is way over the limit that it likely is eventually to get to. But how many of those 30 players are contributing, and how many are kind of your IR, your taxi squad? I used the word taxi squad when I was talking to Dan in his office last Thursday, and he didn't blink. He kind of nodded and said, "Yeah, it's about how they hash this out." And I think that's some of the conversation that's happening at the negotiating table, or even if, I don't know if it's negotiating, but just like the discussions that are occurring is, you may see a situation where there's 85 or 105 active players, and then there's another group that's either a part of the team certain times of the year, or that's kind of like like a backup group, a scout team, a taxi squad, however you want to term it.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks. Great stuff from last week.
Yeah.
And we look forward to our conversation next week.
All right. I'm going to hopefully enjoy some vacation here, but I'll see you guys are you guys going to be in Indy?
Sadly, no.
We will not.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you from there or around that time.
All right, perfect.
That sounds like a wing plan.
Enjoy
to
the
me.
time off, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. By the way, if you want to watch, no.
He had an amazing touchdown and he completely whiffed the extra point.
PAT.
Well,
Yeah.
couple of conclusions early on. Offensive line sucks. Dylan Raiola going to be in big trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Dropping back to pass.
Oh, yeah.
He's been sacked like 3 times already. John Butler, fire him.
Oh, no. Already.
And Tristan Alvano.
Bad?
Sorry.
Go to the bench, Tristan.
Back to the bench.
We have, I have cut out the video of both the play that caused us to lose our minds and the video of us losing our minds.
Hell yeah.
Which I don't know how, I think you can barely hear you, but Mitch was staying focused. So I don't
Yes.
know if your reaction totally got on the air, but good Lord, that was so freaking funny. So freaking funny.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love this. I just want to watch Jack stream football.
Well,
This is great.
I think you're going to have the chance to, Nick.
It'll get to a point of diminishing returns. This is fun.
It's like the alphabet playoff, right? Day
Yeah.
one of the alphabet playoff was like, this rocks. And then it was like, all right, we've done this for 80 days in a row.
Yeah,
we're
we're
a
kinda tired
little
of it now.
tired right now. We're a little tired.
But, man, I feel sorry for whoever's got big red overreaction. It's 14-13 UTEP.
Oh, man, yourself. That's you.
No, it's not me.
It's you.
No.
Yeah. The director of audio is putting that schedule together, and him and I have had conversations.
Well, you've been talking to the wrong person.
Interesting. His name is Josh Otson.
He's been lying to you.
Oh, has he?
Mhm.
That's not good. What about you, director of video? Do you have a part to play in all of this?
I could.
Don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that either.
Don't know how I feel about that.
All right. We'll continue and have more. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday. Well, Jack Mitchell's not the only one playing the video game today. It is time, Nick, for an episode. Well, actually, I can't even pull up my graphic because
we can do the music
today,
though. At
but
least
we can definitely do the music. It is time not for us, but for somebody inside the organization to poop on Prime.
They gave me my theme music.
For the second straight year, Deion Sanders is making a massive overhaul at Colorado. And we don't give a shit.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct now. Poops on Prime.
Keep in mind, this is not us.
This isn't us. You'll hear in the audio.
Us. This is back when StreamYard was actually allowing us to upload
Dude,
stuff.
I got it uploaded this morning. It was great.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something to do with our internal internet. You know, it's all coming from here instead of
The call's coming from inside the house?
Maybe.
It would make sense. The internet in this building famously skittish. Yeah.
But Travis Hunter, famously of your Colorado Buffaloes, got a copy of the video game and was playing it. And he, too, like Jack Mitchell, was streaming online.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, apparently things weren't going so well for him either. Now, he didn't do anything ridiculous like catch a long pass and then inexplicably pitch it backwards from the 2-yard line.
Famously, he did not.
But give a listen here. So for those of you who aren't watching in the video stream, apparently his buddy Shadur gets sacked.
Yes.
He gets sacked while playing the game. And listen to Travis Hunter's online commentary.
Okay, bro. Why am I getting chased by?
There
Bro,
we go.
how? The O-line is realistic. Yes, very realistic.
What you mean?
The O-line is
Very
realistic.
realistic.
Really very realistic. AKA, it doesn't protect very well.
No.
People forget that Shadur got sacked, what was it, 50 times last year? Some ridiculous.
57.
57
times.
That's a ridiculous number.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So, he's taking it on himself inside the own house.
Wonder if this will do anything reaction-wise.
The poop is coming from inside
Well, when
the house.
if you remember, Deion wasn't afraid to poop on his own team.
That's true.
You know, famously, it was never anyone close to him that ever got yelled at, but it was others that did.
That's true.
It was others that did. The going back to Mitch's interview, talking about the grass field and the changeover that's apparently coming here in the next year or two. The reaction from the public. I mean, outside of the aesthetic of just the visual.
Yeah, which it will look a whole lot different.
It'll look different. Personally, I think it'll look great.
Yeah.
But unless you are of a much older generation, you've never seen that place with a grass field before.
Yeah.
Hasn't had a grass field since 1969.
Yeah, so nice.
You gotta
You've
be a
literally
baby.
never seen it.
Never seen it.
So then obviously I haven't seen it. Nick hasn't seen it.
Never seen it.
My dad, he was born in 65. I don't know if he ever saw it. My guess would be no. Jack just had like a 12-yard punt. So I don't know. Well, I guess I do know. A lot of people haven't seen it. And so then it goes back to that question. Why should we care? Now, I like it because of the aesthetics. Studies have shown that it is better for injuries.
Mm-hmm.
That said, like, do we often point to that a little bit too much? Like everyone's going to be healthy all the time, right? Like this is just going to cut down on some stuff. But I don't think that watching a 7 or 8 game home schedule, I don't think it's going to be noticeable for us. Like, oh, wow, look at the injuries are down. I think it's good because football is such a small sample size sport to begin with that I think a lot of that stuff can be really, really difficult to show itself over the course of many years. Because, look, I know it. I know that the sarcasm and schadenfreude, the first time somebody tears their ACL on the new grass field, that stuff's going to come out of the woodwork. Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was supposed to be fine. Like, we're going to see that type of stuff.
Oh, certainly. And there may be a moment where, because of weather, the field conditions may not be optimal. And so you'll get, this happens all the time. Not referring back to this Saturday, but, how one side claims the moral high ground and then instantly the other side, it's that whole push and pull. And yeah, you'll probably have folks who get snarky when winning, because the injuries will happen. It's football. That's the way it is. I mean, injuries do happen. I've seen some of the worst injuries ever on a grass field when it comes to knees and ligaments and things of that nature. A lot of times it's just about when you get hit, where you get hit, and a lot of times it's just about fate. Now, I will say this, will it help the team psychologically?
Maybe.
Will psychologically people just feel more comfortable or feel like they're being more taken care of? Certainly, Matt Rule's justification for wanting to do this does come from a health and well-being standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
No question about it.
Yeah.
Will that move be felt reverberate through the organization as, hey, coach is looking out for us? Because one thing that has changed from this generation of players to the previous generation of players, most people of my generation didn't play on artificial fields until they got to college. Because
interesting.
Because field turf essentially started in 1999. Nebraska was famously one of the first major places to have field turf, college or pro. And what it did was eventually it allowed for more high schools to have. I don't know the official count, but don't most of our major high school fields in this town have artificial turf?
Mm-hmm.
I know Seacrest Field in Lincoln has had artificial turf for a very long time. In fact, famously, they got their field turf not long after Nebraska got theirs.
Yeah.
And so
because the upkeep is so difficult.
This generation, or the last generation of high school players, has probably played most of their games on field turf.
100%, yeah.
Or at least it's a lot more today than it used to be.
Yeah.
It used to be you played on grass everywhere in high school, period.
Yeah, now
because
not so
high schools
much.
didn't spend the kind of money it took to get artificial surfaces. And then when the field turf, and we'll call it the new age artificial surfaces with the rubber pellets and the sand and everything, started to become more prevalent and was a lot more cost effective, a lot more places started to get it. So I do wonder from that standpoint, how many of today's players will feel more comfortable on grass because they've grown up playing a lot of their games on artificial turf.
100%. A comment on the YouTube page from Husker Country writes, can you actually cite a study in a primary sports journal that demonstrates grass is greater than turf? Now, I did some cursory Googling, and I found a couple of studies, one that comes from a journal called Sports Biomechanics. The other that was, it looks like more of an independent study that was done across 2012 to 2016 regular season games, all 32 NFL teams. And ultimately, there's an article that kind of put all the information together that said a 2018 study underscores the risks of playing football and other sports on turf. The study assessed more than 4,800 NFL foot and leg injuries during regular season games from 12 to 16. It found that had every game been played on grass surface, at least 300 fewer foot and leg injuries would have been expected. Turf fields also appeared to significantly increase the likelihood of non-contact injuries. About 20% more non-contact injuries occurred per play on a turf surface than a grass surface. Another 2015 research found essentially more of the same. So that said, still, Coate, one of the researchers, cautions against drawing too many conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
After all, athletes who play on natural grass are not immune to injury either. A cleat fixed into a surface can sometimes benefit a player. So, they're out there. You just got to do a little Googling. Like, they're certainly out there. And enough people quote it, right?
Let me give you one that was quoted here recently. The NFL Players Association put out a statement
regarding this issue here probably 2-3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And from the second paragraph from NFLPA.com, only natural grass can level the NFL's playing field. That's the title of the story. The data supports the anecdotes you hear from me and other players. By the way, the story is written by J.C. Treader on behalf of the NFL Players Association.
Okay.
The data supports the anecdotes you hear from me and other players. Artificial turf is significantly harder on the body than grass. That part is bold-faced. Based on NFL injury data collected from 2012 to 2018, not only was the contact injury rate for lower extremities higher during practice and games held on artificial turf, NFL players consistently experienced a much higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries on turf compared to natural surfaces. Specifically, players have a 28% higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries when playing on turf. Of those non-contact injuries, players have 32% higher rate of non-contact knee injuries on turf and a staggering 69% higher rate of non-contact foot, ankle injuries on turf compared to grass. So that's from the NFL Players Union. That's what they've been using because earlier this year, they made their arguments that everyone needs to go to grass.
Yeah.
And of course, you had a lot of the owners saying, well, we play in the dome. We can't do that, blah, 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 blah. So that's what the NFLPA is citing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's based on the NFL's own in-house injury data.
Sure. So there you go. I think that, again, the amount of games and plays in a football game are just so small in kind of the grand scheme of sports.
Mm-hmm.
But then you obviously throw in practices as well. Will it be noticeable for us? I don't know if we have the answer to that question just because injuries do happen. It is a physical, violent sport. And as one of the studies that I just read said, like, your foot can get caught. Your cleat can get caught in grass. It doesn't have to just be a field turf thing. But there are enough of these data points to point to this being better for everybody involved.
And while I would expect Nebraska and Matt Rule to do their due diligence, one of the things that bringing in a natural surface will do is you've got to be able to adjust based on weather conditions and how you mow it,
like Northwestern growing it high, Notre Dame growing it high for the 05 USC game, stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit more preparation that will go into playing on a grass field, not just from a keeping the field maintained, but just on a, hey, which cleats are we wearing? Which shoes are we wearing? Where do we test the field? How's it going to respond in this weather versus this weather? And yes, it's going to be heated, and the technology has gotten a lot better than it was since the last time Nebraska had grass in the stadium. But it will require for them to do a little bit more work,
yes,
than what they normally would have done when. And this is the reason why a lot of places go to artificial turf.
Maintenance is a lot easier.
Maintenance is easier. Literally, you can roll the ball out and play on it.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Whereas
it just takes a little more preparation and, fluffing to get the field ready to go.
Whereas now it's not going to be that way. There's going to be a lot more effort, a lot more work, and if you're willing to spend the money, and that's the thing, right? Make sure you have a good grounds crew. Make sure that the heating and the coils underneath it are good to go. Like, you watch the NFL, there are some places that play in cold weather locations, and their field looks good. The one that I think of off the top of my head is Green Bay. I think Green Bay, no matter the time of year, that field looks really, really good. There are others, Chicago comes to mind, Washington comes to mind, that looks crappy all the time. And so making sure that you are more of the former versus the latter is going to be important.
Also, I think the most important question regarding all of this, yours. When they mow it, are they going to use a lib machine or a gas mower?
The question that we're all asking.
Well, I mean,
John's he's gonna rip up his diploma if they use a lib machine. Throw it in the dumpster.
Well, yeah, because you're not supposed to vacuum your grass; you mow your grass.
Maybe we get that guy that has the diesel mower.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sure some of the beady-eyed, four-eyed people in the
people who are trying
higher
to save
education
the
will say,
"You need to use the electric one."
Try to save the planet.
I used a lib machine this weekend.
How'd it go?
I liked it.
Oh, there you go,
It was a really nice cut.
He liked it.
You know what I didn't use? A lib machine.
Mm.
The lawn looks amazing.
And all the energy it took to create the batteries to build that lawnmower probably polluted the atmosphere anyway. If you want to use a real lib machine, just get a bunch of goats.
Oh.
Or what about those old school mowers where it just had the blades and you just pushed it?
You could do that too. Actually, I have a neighbor who has one of those.
I want to use one.
I went for a walk. This is a few weeks ago, and I saw him. It was like I didn't want to stand there and look like I was watching him, but I wanted to see how it worked.
Creeper.
I didn't want to be a creeper.
No, I just had my binoculars out. My shirt was off.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how it worked.
Oh,
I've
interesting.
always been fascinated by
It was hot outside.
All right, coming up, Max Olson will join us.
Let's do
Really interesting story about the ripple effect of what happened when Nick Saban retired and what it created throughout of all of college football. Really good stuff in The Athletic. We'll talk to Max about it next on 1620 The Zone. Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Don't forget, you can always join us on zonetv.live. That is the easiest place to watch the Grum. Plus, you can rewind to such funny moments as us reacting to Jack's boner.
Yes. Let's call it that from now on.
Yes.
I'm going to try to upload the play again because if you haven't seen it, here is my impression of what Jack sounded like.
Boner.
Indeed. That's what it was. That's what it was.
A member of Jack's softball team joins us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
Oh, wow.
I mean, would you rather be known by that, Max, or by your title sports writer for The Athletic?
Guys, I got the video game pulled up right now. Like, do we need to do this right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I just would love to hang up on you and just get back to playing.
Yeah, when Max, when we set this up last week, there was no way that you would put 2 and 2 together. Like, wait a second, the game is going to be out. What am I doing agreeing to this interview? This is really stupid of me.
Well, there was it was a pretty heartbreaking weekend from the standpoint of I really thought on like Friday I was going to get a code, and that did not happen.
Oh,
so I mean, lovely weekend in Kansas City with my family and stuff like that, plenty of distractions. But man, I did not think I'd be waiting until 3:00 on Monday. And let me say, early reviews, amazing. Really fun. You obviously got to learn the pitch buttons, and then
and the celebration button.
And the celebration button. But boy, it feels amazing to have this back after 11 years.
I'm happy for you, Max.
Can you tell us who Michael Beckwith is?
I realized who that is. It's and now I can't remember his name. It's the other running back that's on the roster. He must have not agreed to. I was going to say Divine and Zigbo, but it's not him. It's Gabe Irvin.
Gabe Irvin.
Gabe Irvin didn't agree to.
Gabe Irvin equals Michael Beckwith.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
But I did notice it looks like you can edit those. You can edit the name at least.
That's good.
The number and some of that stuff, but you can change the name at least.
By the way, the play that Jack did has now escaped Contain. It's broken Contain. It's gotten into other fan bases. Iowa State fans, Kansas State fans having a lot of fun. Very Nebraska play that Jack. So Jack's going to be famous.
Oh, he's going to be famous. Hey, well, that's two things. One, he's going to be very happy that he is trending.
Oh, yeah.
But two, he is going to be a martyr about this.
Oh, yeah.
Because, they're always making fun of us in Nebraska. It's not fair.
Classic Jack.
Well, the reason we brought you on, Max, wasn't to continue our mocking of Jack Mitchell, or to talk about your experience playing the video game, but to talk about your fine story that you and your colleagues, Bruce Feldman and Sam Kahn, co-wrote, The Nick Saban Butterfly Effect. There were over 400 job changes that took place because of one decision made 5 minutes before a team meeting last January. That changed the entire football world. When you stepped into this story, did you have an idea in mind of just how big the ripple effect was, and was it anything close to what you discovered?
Yeah, I think I've done a couple of these stories over the years, and I think part of it is I just kind of like nerding out and building up the spreadsheet of let's track down every single person that worked at these places and, where are they now? And, I think as it was playing out, like in progress, you're sort of like, man, okay. So not only is the Alabama vacancy, which is, certainly something that we all knew one day he would retire, and you kind of never knew who was going to be the person to succeed him. But not only did the Alabama job lead to, the head coach of Washington, who just played for a national championship, leaving to go take over there. But the fallout of that, obviously you have Jed Fish goes from Arizona to Washington, and then you have Brent Brennan go from San Jose State to Arizona. You have Ken Niumatalolo gets on as the head coach at San Jose State. But, to add to it, Kalen DeBoer, when he gets down to Tuscaloosa, he wants to build an all-star staff, and he brings over Kane Womack from South Alabama, who leaves a head coaching job to go be the DC. And Kane Womack convinces Maurice Linguist to leave a head coaching job at Buffalo to go be the co-DC at Alabama. So, when you have six programs go through head coaching changes, all because of Nick Saban in some ways, the ripple effect of that is pretty unbelievable. And obviously, most people kind of think of the 10 assistants, people you've heard of, but there's just a ton of people, support staff, administrators, everybody that behind the scenes that their lives and their families and all that are impacted when these things happen.
Max, you talked a little bit about this story on Until Saturday last week with Ari Wasserman and Sam Kahn, and like this was not something that you guys just came up with. You had been keeping track of it the entire time and just kind of waiting for all of the coaches to end up where they eventually did. Like, given what is now unfolded, and you think back to the beginning of this process, was this the number that you would have maybe guessed, or is there a number that you maybe would have had in mind? Because I have to imagine that we have never seen a ripple effect like the one that we just saw with Alabama and what it did.
Yeah, I think crossing 400 jobs impacted. I think that was not something I expected. And honestly, at some point you just have to stop counting and publish the story. So it's well over 420. There are still, some vacancies that hadn't been filled yet. And, people that we haven't tracked down kind of where they went, stuff like that. But, I think that's like the sport now. I think that, there's just, we're kind of getting used to it. It's uncomfortable. We're all getting used to, there's just so much change every year. And, I think that kind of comes with it. As much as people kind of get on the players for not having a lot of loyalty and for jumping in the portal and making a lot of moves and going to multiple schools, certainly when these coaching changes happen, people either go with them, with your coach, or they get left behind, and there's just a ton of movement that's associated with it. So, even at a place like Alabama, there are folks there that have worked with Nick Saban forever, and Kalen DeBoer gets there and is like, well, okay, well, I brought my person, so you can go. And, so I think it's even the people who are the confidants of the greatest college football coach of all time. There's just really no guarantees in this stuff that the next person is going to take care of you.
Talking with Max Olson of The Athletic on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Of course, one of the changes that happened through all of this impacted now Nebraska athletic director Troy Dannon directly. Mm-hmm. And as you guys pointed out in the story, he had been working on getting DeBoer to sign an extension prior to Saban deciding to leave. And of course, that opened the door to DeBoer leaving the program in the first place. I'm curious, just based on your research and your read of the situation, how Dannon was able to negotiate the disappointment of not being able to sign or re-sign DeBoer, and then his process into hiring Jed Fish.
Yeah, that's probably one of those little stories in all of this that kind of didn't make the cut. But I think the Troy Dannon side of it is very interesting because this is a guy who takes the Washington AD job in October, which just doesn't usually happen from a timetable standpoint. And at that point, I believe Washington was 5-0. They were playing Oregon that week. And from that point forward, they just kept winning. They just could not lose a game. And the price kept going up for Kalen DeBoer. And, in between Jen Cohen leaving and Troy Dannon coming in, Kalen DeBoer hired Jimmy Sexton as his agent. So you kind of know, all right, this is going to be pretty expensive at the end of the year, or maybe he's looking for a bigger job. And so I think it was a challenging thing for Dannon to come into Seattle, try to get as close as you can with Kalen DeBoer, try to figure out what makes him tick, what he needs, what would make him want to stay, long term. And that's a interesting challenge for new AD who's just getting adjusted from moving from Louisiana out to Washington. And I think that certainly the packages they are offering him, I think probably $8.5 million a year was the starting number back in Thanksgiving, crossed over 9 certainly when they're in the playoff run. It's unprecedented for that school. So you got to work with the president and all that. And I think, once these things were kind of being turned down, you're kind of making crazy high offers for your school, and Kalen DeBoer's not interested, then you got to start making your list. And so that's what Troy Dannon did. And, Jed Fish wasn't at the top of that list at the time in December when you start thinking about it. But the more he called around and talked to folks, the more he really liked Fish and sold on him. And, one of the crazier things about this cycle is as much as you kind of make a list and kind of do your research on all that stuff, between Kalen DeBoer leaving and Jed Fish accepting the job, it's like a 48-hour period. So these things move extremely fast, and you got to have a pretty good idea of who you want.
Max, it's not like I had forgotten that Nick Saban wouldn't be at Alabama, but reading your story is just another reminder that the greatest coach of all time, certainly of our generation, isn't going to be on the sidelines. And I did a little inventory again on kind of how I feel about DeBoer taking over. And he is someone that, a couple years ago when Nebraska fired Frost, I thought that he should have been on the list for Nebraska to hire. So I've been, positive with this guy for quite some time. And yet I am very wary of saying anything super bullish on his tenure there just because he's following the guy. Like, have you settled in yet on your expectation for Alabama, whether it's this year and the next couple versus what he could mean for them long-term, given everything that you know about him, whether it was researching this story or otherwise?
Yeah, I think it's an extremely interesting topic because I just think at this time a year ago, none of us were talking about Kalen DeBoer when you make that short list of guys who would come next after Saban. You'd talk about Lane Kiffin and you talk about Stark and Dan Lanning and kind of all the names that popped up as soon as the job did open. Mike Norvell for sure, but like, man, what a rise to the top in just one season for Kalen DeBoer. And I'm not saying that he's a one-year wonder by any means. I think he's put together a pretty remarkable career. But I think when you have that opportunity, it's hard to turn down, even if it is really hard to be the guy after Nick Saban. And I think as the SEC obviously gets tougher this year going forward, like I'm sure that it makes people kind of wonder, okay, do we need to recalibrate here? Is 8-9 wins good enough this year? That kind of thing. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. Alabama is still recruiting at an extremely high level with this coaching staff. And I think that, I think that the expectations are just going to stay extremely high, that they should be, playing to, be in Atlanta every year and playing Georgia and being, that team that's making the bracket very frequently with this expanded playoff. So, I think I don't expect a backslide from Alabama. I think that it's going to be playoff expectations every single year. And, he's going to have to get things right in terms of staff, roster recruiting, all that. But at the same time, he's never had these kind of resources at his disposal.
Max, I'm not sure how deep the research went. Obviously, a lot went into this story. There's a lot of great graphics in here that you'll want to check out on theathletic.com. But I'm just curious, from what you can tell, were there names that maybe were left on the sidelines that might be surprising, didn't see an upgrade in this game of musical chairs?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some folks that, like Charlie Strong, the old Texas and USF Louisville head coach, was an analyst at Alabama, and I don't think he found a job, or maybe he's retired at this point. I think that it's for a lot of these guys on these support staffs, it's kind of like, what's the right move for me here going forward? Do you want to move across the country? Do you want to take a break? Do you want to go try and get in the NFL and stuff like that? Like, I think you see a bunch of coaches at all these schools that do get left behind, or they haven't found the job quite yet, and maybe they're pivoting into something else in coaching. And I think part of the fun of this too is just kind of tracking down these people that are very far away ripples of all of this. Like, we talked to just a longtime journeyman coach at the junior college level who became the head coach down in Texas because of this. I talked to a young, DC in his 30s who got promoted to be the head coach of his high school, his alma mater, down in Fernandina Beach, Florida. Like, there these folks that, obviously they would never think, oh, Nick Saban has anything to do with my life. It's fun to kind of find those people that kind of tangentially have this connection to it.
Max Olson of The Athletic. Max, we're sorry your game got canceled tonight or postponed because of the heat.
Oh, yeah. Now you have to play video games the rest of the night.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't seem very disappointed.
No, it's pretty cold in my basement here. So we're doing all right.
All right. Well, here's the obligatory question then. Which team are you dynasty moding?
Oh, good question.
Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like I need to just play around with a bunch of different teams. I kind of almost just want to set it to 3-minute quarters and just kind of quickly play with a bunch of teams and kind of figure it out. Generally I either want to go really high level and be like a coordinator at a big school so I can kind of do the high level recruiting, or I want to go be a head coach of a group of 5 school. But I don't know. There's a lot of exciting group of 5 teams out there, like Texas State or Liberty, or Tulane's uniforms are crazy. I think those are good options, but we got a lot of R&D to do here for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Max, enjoy, and we'll talk to you down the road. We look forward to our next conversation. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Later, Max.
That's Max Olson of The Athletic.
Nice.
It's a really good story.
Fascinating,
super
man.
graphics in there too, just showing, basically flow charts of,
what this guy did,
who replaced who and who replaced what. And, one guy who may end up coming out of this, talk about rehab assignments, but Major Applewhite, who takes over at South Alabama. Of course, he had been a head coach. Things didn't go well, had to come back through the rehab assignment, if you will. And
thanks to everything getting moved around as it was. Cade Womack, who was the South Alabama head coach, is now the defensive coordinator under Kalen DeBoer. But that job opened. Major Applewhite is back in the game. And I'll be curious to revisit this story in another 5 or so years to see how many of the next generation of coaching superstars were impacted by this decision. I'm not just talking about, hey, does Kalen DeBoer end up continuing the legacy of Nick Saban? But I'm talking about those guys deeper in the weeds who saw this first big opportunity, whether it's as a coordinator or as a head coach, or getting the move up from a high school level to a college level. How many of those superstars were impacted by this move? Because it was a huge ripple effect.
Dude,
over
400.
Over 400.
I wonder if something like that will ever happen again, where one single move will result in 400 people changing jobs. I mean, it's just the timing of it too, the way in which the story begins as well, where, and maybe we knew this. Did we know that Saban had not totally made up his mind before that meeting?
Yeah, it was was
that the Schleybaugh story? Okay.
The ESPN story talked about how
I couldn't remember for
had
sure.
2 speeches at 3:55 in the afternoon. He had the speech that he's coming back and the speech that he's retiring.
Yeah.
And famously, he's on the phone with Miss Terry, his wife.
And he decides to retire.
And
so think about that. So like 400 something jobs have changed. And he almost didn't do it. He almost, went business full steam ahead. Remember, they hire a wide receiver coach, or they're interviewing wide receiver coaches, so he's still doing normal job stuff. And then he drops the bombshell that completely changed the sport.
All right, coming up, it is the happy hour. And coming up in the happy hour, it was SEC Media Days. Nick Saban is now just a member of...
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
He's just a member of the plebes now. He's just one of us.
One of us.
And he found that out the hard way. Also,
no more cream pies?
We won't have
no more cream pies.
No, I bet Miss Terry still will have a cream pie or two for him in his lunch. I mean, you don't change that part of your
I thought the cream
right?
pies were for breakfast. I didn't realize he was enjoying cream pies.
Lunch, whatever,
Lunchtime, honey, where's my cream pie?
He can have lunchtime cream pies now. He doesn't have to focus on the game anymore.
Man, lunchtime cream pie.
I'm going to try.
Bending.
Oh, it's funny. It is still processing.
Yeah. Oh, you disappeared.
Yeah, and every time I stop it from processing, it kicks me out.
What a weird day it's been for technology.
There I am again.
Yeah.
I'll try one. There was an issue with your file. Please try again in a little while.
We can't get anything going on today. We can't upload we still haven't uploaded the video of Jack going, so I'm going to try that tomorrow morning.
But visit our social media pages.
If you want to watch it. It's hysterical. It is so funny.
Yes, you can watch how Jack totally botches what would have been his first ever touchdown on the game. Instead, turns into the most hilarious turnover you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But that's on at USC 1620, the J-Tech instructions.
Oh, he's done. I figured he'd go with the Colorado game next.
Or do another game, Jack. What are you doing?
Dan writes, Josh, thanks for sending me. This is Dan Campanen. Dad, thanks for sending me to Jack's stream. Friends of the Grum are entertaining. We are entertaining.
We
and
try
our
to be.
friends are entertaining.
We do try.
And you know what else is entertaining? 1620 the email. Nick was sending out emails earlier to us, not 1620 the emails. He was just sending out emails to Josh at 1620thezone.com. Ideas, thoughts, all sorts of changes.
Sure would be nice if he could send out an email to fix the whatever's causing the upload.
Yeah, can you fix that 1620 the email, boy?
I can try.
All right, he'll try to fix StreamYard, but subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. All you got to do is put in your email and then you click subscribe.
Yep.
It's that easy, John.
Yep.
How cool is that?
It's very cool. It's very easy, and it's very normal.
Very normal.
Just visit 1620thezone.com and subscribe today.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
UTEP covered the spread. The happy hour is on the air. Jack's first ever simulation is done, and he won 49 to 28.
Yes.
Wow, they did cover indeed. Because what is the spread? Isn't it 27?
Yeah, I thought it was like 28. Something like that.
Maybe the spread's changed, though, because that new
What is
running
the
back
old
is there.
FanDuel?
Dude, I was just
They
opening
got
it up.
they got the
Look
early,
at us.
early
Look at us.
lines here. Got
Look
the
at
early
us.
lines. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I forgot to mute the feed.
All right, John, I do have the updated spread from the FanDuel Sportsbook. Promo code 1620. 27.5 points.
Ooh.
27.5 the total, 50.5. The over easily hits in the Jack Mitchell experience today. But as you said, they were up 28, but some late points by the Miners give them the cover. By the way, speaking of the Miners, we are a week away from 25 teams in 25 grums beginning. Don't get sad. It's just a fact of life. And we'll be talking about UTEP inside of there at some point. We probably need to give Nick a sketch.
Yeah.
Would you like a schedule, Nick?
Just give me a list of people you want to talk to.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Already? Next week?
I would like to start booking it now.
All right.
Thank you.
Give John his song.
I'm sad.
Give him
Nah,
a
it
song.
nope.
Give him a song.
No.
Here's a question.
You guys already said, oh, bad mood. Now I am in a bad
No,
mood.
you seem great.
Nope. Bad mood now.
You seem great.
Bad mood now.
I just thought we were going to get media complainer John all day today because of
No.
Saturday.
I mean,
You had this ominous tweet before the show.
It wasn't an ominous
Stay
tweet.
tuned for my thoughts. And I was like, oh, no.
No, it wasn't ominous.
Oh, it was ominous to me.
It was
a little
well,
ominous.
yeah, because,
Because I have to work with you.
defender of the media.
They're my people. It's a hard day. I thought for as hard of a day as it was, I actually thought that they did pretty okay. For as hard of a day as it was, because I think
Does that include the headline writers?
See, now, I'm going to defend them just a little bit.
Oh,
no,
boy.
because you're talking about the headlines of like something might have happened bad, like that type of stuff.
No, the headline that Trump's. Well, I gotta find these because these were legitimately hilarious.
Okay, it wasn't the ones where they were being overly cautious, though, right? It wasn't those ones where it's like pops heard at Trump rally, like that stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
I mean that's pretty hilarious.
So
because here's the deal.
I thought it was fairly obvious, and I think we all
here it is. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Now,
okay, that's hilarious.
Technically, that is true.
Who said that? Which
that was it? That was CNN Politics. That literally. So when I heard about the shooting through the text,
is that the first headline you saw?
That was because that's the first place I just went to Twitter because I was trying to find video.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I saw was Secret Service.
That's okay. Now that's funny.
Yes,
but I thought
that's not even accurate either. He was pushed.
Yeah, in defense of overly safe writing and headline writing in particular, like you do want to get as much factual information as possible. And yes, did it seem obvious that he got shot? I thought so, but the noises also they sound, and in hindsight, it's because they were so far away. They didn't sound like what you expected.
Right.
So I thought it was a very tough
There's
day.
a better way you could have done that because it did make it out to like this.
Yeah.
After he falls.
Yeah.
No, obviously something happened. I mean, and I don't know. NBC did. CBS did. I'm trying to think of how many people actually had boots on the ground reporters at this event.
Yeah, NBC had that woman who kept talking to people in their cars.
Yes. Well, they were waiting in line.
The lady.
They were waiting to get out because it was a traffic
My favorite was
jam.
the lady who was like, the country needs to come together. She was wearing a shirt that called people parasites.
Oh, my God.
That made me laugh pretty hard.
Wild.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, I thought that they were okay. For it's like, look,
my only main criticism is, and I mentioned this earlier,
the opining
was because, for example, what I kept waiting for was
You wanted the map. You talked about
I wanted
it earlier.
the map. I wanted to see. Everyone's saying he was here, he was there. We knew where the guy was because he was obviously on the roof. He got spotted. We knew where the stage was. But for somebody,
where are they in relationship
for
to each
somebody
other?
to say, "Hey, here's where it was, and here's what happened," because there was all kinds of conflicting reports. Oh, he was 100 feet away. Oh, he was 100 yards away. He was a flower.
Yeah,
it's
people
like,
kept using the wrong
we
vernacular.
could have found this rather easily. And I mean, that's one of the biggest differences between media today and media of days gone by. In lieu of reporting, it's just, hey, quick, get me this dude and this person and this woman and this person to come on so we can roundtable it.
Well, and along the lines of what you just said, so you knew that there was an NBC, and you think maybe there was a CBS.
I think.
And then there was the BBC guy. But how many people were actually doing boots on the ground stuff that were like, I was listening to a podcast on the way to work today, the Press Box from The Ringer, Brian Curtis, friend of the Grum, and he said, you know what was interesting about this, given how big of a moment this was, and there is video of it, the photography tells a much better story than the actual live video does. The pictures, especially from down in that camera well, that New York Times one where you see the bullet going by, it like incredible.
I've been asked, that's
real?
That's real.
That's a real photo.
I figured it was a real photo, but was that actually? I can't believe.
I heard an interview with him this morning.
I've never seen that.
He said that he talked to some people, or somebody talked to somebody. It's essentially a 1 in a million shot. He said you could know that a bullet was in the air and try to get the photo, and you wouldn't be able to do it.
No,
because he was just rat-a-tat-tat, and that's the sound of the camera.
Well, that's the I guess part of the advantage of the new digital cameras. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, there is a video taken from ground level, looking up, photo, looking up at Trump. The bullet has already grazed his ear.
It's behind him, and
you can see the streak.
And when it first came out, people were like, "Oh, that's cool Photoshop," but no, it's real. It's from the Triumphs.
That is just incredible.
Yeah, so I thought all the photos were,
Honestly,
of the situation were amazing.
I mean, outside of the, let's get the talking heads on and start the blame game, which is what a lot of them did. My biggest criticism actually is of your boy Elon.
My boy Elon.
Nobody's boy Elon.
Because he's been on there all day, all the last few days. Of course, he's pimping his website, his X, his Twitter,
his X.
About how he
does miss her.
The legacy media. It used to be the lamestream media. Now it's the
legacy media.
How they did this wrong and that wrong, but the social media or the people's media or the public media,
Reddit
is always right. And I'm like,
now are you on our side that Elon's a pinhead? You finally joined us?
Not what I thought John was going to criticize Elon for.
What else did Elon do?
Shortly after, Elon talked about how he was shot at 2 different times over the last few years.
Yeah.
Like, people have tried to shoot at me a couple times.
And while yes, we did see a lot of things, and it's not like everything that's tweeted out is wrong. Everything that's posted is wrong. The problem is, and the biggest difference between social media and legacy media is, there are at least layers. There's checks and balances. There's editors. There's producers. There's directors. There are people to say, okay,
filters.
There are filters that are like, no, we can't put that on the air because it's not verified. And I know some people might be screaming at the radio, no, they do it all the time. But bear with me. As someone who went to journalism school, okay, the way it's supposed to work is, and how it usually works, is that there are layers, right? You can't just report or say anything.
Well, that's why, not to keep going back to the BBC guy, but when the dude with the hair, when he says, yeah, and then the guy got his brains blown out, and the reporter's like, whoa, like, he's essentially saying, are you sure? Like, we can't just go on the air and say that. Now, he was right, but that's essentially what you're talking about.
Yeah,
where
kind of.
Don't just spout it, you got to be able to.
Now, that's one thing. Anytime you put a live mic in front of someone, you never know what you're going to get. Right? But and so this idea of, well, this is an example of why this media is more superior than that. Well, they both sadly have their inherent flaws. And while I have been saddened by what we in my business, in our business, have allowed to transpire with the cable noise channels of the world, there are at least checks and balances. There are no checks and balances when it comes to the public media. People spouting off stuff. And once it's out there,
like you said, it takes on a life of its own.
Even when it gets taken down, it's there. It's in the ether.
Well, it's like
there,
it-
and then people grab onto it because they want to see and read and hear what they want to see and read and hear. They either want to have their opinions reinforced or believe that whoever the other side is wrong, right? And so
100%.
you're going to gravitate, right or wrong.
Even if someone could come on and be like, actually, that was wrong. I didn't say that, whatever it is. They're like, no, but I saw it. I saw the tweet, though.
Precisely.
People like their echo chambers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what it has forced us to become as a society is to basically be our own filters, basically be our own copy editors, our own producers.
Well, think about it. We just talked
where we absorb whatever we get, and then we have to decide,
is it real or not?
Is this real? Is this not? Is this, which filter is this coming through? And that's kind of how I took in everything. I mean,
think about what you just said about the photo. You even still had doubt. Whoa, that photo was real.
I just wanted to make sure. I believed it initially, but I wanted to verify. Trust but verify, an old Reagan saying.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is trust but verify.
I think Reagan might have got that from the Russians.
Nice.
You'll never give him credit for anything, will you?
I'll give him credit for being dumb.
Nice. Guys, come on, we're not fighting.
Who's the fool?
We had a great segment going.
We did.
We did, and then Nick had to get political on us by calling one of our great presidents dumb.
One of our presidents.
One of the presidents of all time.
One of our finest presidents ever.
Indeed, one of the 46 presidents that we have had.
A lot of people were big fans of his spouse.
Wow, Nick.
What?
Unreal.
She did good things. The drug movement, anti-drug movement.
She did good things. The drug movement.
The anti-drug movement. The war against drugs.
Interesting. By the way, I've been speaking of drugs. Now the segment's almost over. So I've been watching Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
And almost done with season 1. One of the more hilarious storylines now, at the benefit of hindsight, given that the show premiered in 2008, it's now 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Weed is legal essentially everywhere. There's a large plot early on about how Walt is buying weed from Jesse and how everyone is losing their mind. Somebody at Walt's school, remember the kindly janitor who cleans up Walt's vomit? He gets fired because he had weed in his car.
That's right.
And it's like, man.
2008 was a different time.
It was a different time. I love the flip phones being back.
2008, that wasn't too long before Colorado legalized, was it?
No, it was. I was thinking about that last night when we were watching the episode when Hugo got fired.
I was in middle school when it happened. I remember it.
Well, I thought it was justified.
Of course you did.
You don't need to be. You don't need to be smoking on
Also,
the job.
you want to talk about a show?
You want people high mixing all those chemicals and cleaning stuff?
Excellent
Could've killed
point.
somebody.
I don't think the restaurant industry would survive otherwise if people in legal states weren't doing that.
Bingo. You want to talk about a show that has aged spectacularly, by the way. I forgot how good season 1 is. Because I'm like, when we fired it up last week, I'm like, oh man, if we ever were to continue watching this, I'd be very excited for like seasons 3 and 4, and especially the last 8 episodes. And I'm like, wow, this first season is pretty damn good.
Do you think it could still be the same story if it were made like set into 2024?
Well,
instead of
no,
2008?
I mean, no. So one of the things that I was thinking about last night, Walt disappears for minutes at a time and his family's always like, where are you?
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, families share their locations with everybody. And so like if Walt disappeared for 2 days, they'd be like, where is he? And they'd open up his location and his phone would be in the middle of the desert. And they'd be like, oh, he's in the middle of the desert. So,
but do they get service out there?
But then they'd be like, where the hell is Walt? I guess they'd be asking
then it would just be the
question.
same thing.
Yeah. But no, it'd be a whole lot more difficult, which, as someone who
maybe we need to go back to the Stone
I'm
Ages.
getting older, man, and I very much enjoy putting my phone away for large stretches at a time, not getting on social media.
Honestly, me too.
It's healthy, man.
It's great.
I started this book. Man, I'm just going all over the place right now. I started this book this weekend about essentially why Gen Z is screwed up because they've been online their entire lives.
That's true. We're desensitized.
Oh my gosh.
Getting all their news from Reddit.
Yes. I haven't gotten to that chapter yet, but I'm reading this and it's like girls' views of themselves, boys' views of themselves, all of these studies and all these things that have changed. And I'm just like,
yeah, no, we're messy.
Man, I'm happy that I grew up when I did.
Yeah, we should probably just send you all to an island and let you cope out there. Don't have to deal
Wow.
What was that book? With the kids on the island, the pig.
Oh, I hated that book. I read that recently.
Kids on the Island with the pig.
Piggy, they call him Piggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lord of the Flies.
Yes. You want a Lord of the Flies Gen Z.
I didn't like Lord of the Flies, John. You ever read Lord of the Flies?
Nope.
It's a book from the 50s, I believe.
Yeah, I know.
Steve writes, Reagan sucked. Get over it. There you go.
Maybe, Steve, you were the one that sucked.
Interesting. That was a good segment by all parties involved. I thought we did a fine job. Look at that. Actual discussion about Saturday.
Yeah. No, that was my main takeaway. Again, I'm still very disappointed in how our media, particularly the cable noise channels, behave. But, people did what they had to do. Some of them actually performed admirably.
There you go.
I still found it very weird. Of all the major networks, Big Fox stayed with baseball. Everyone else was in special report, including NBC, who was supposed to have an IndyCar race on. And I'm assuming, and again, I wasn't watching the game because I was flipping between the different things. So I don't know if they
even had a chyron
if they had a chyron or if they said anything that says, hey, if you want coverage of the assassination attempt, go to Fox News Channel. I don't even know if they did that.
Yeah.
But it
is the one channel
to me, why networks do the things that they do.
It is the one channel that they do election night coverage, Fox does. And I'm always like, who is this for? Because at least NBC and MSNBC are different in that there are different personalities. ABC doesn't have its own cable subsidiary, same with CBS. Like all of the other ones don't have their own thing, but it's like, just go over to the cable channel though, but even though I know that they do have people.
Bouncing off your being our own filter discussion, did you guys, so those first pictures that came out that everybody was sharing of that guy with the long hair, that wasn't actually the guy.
Yeah.
It was a guy on Twitter who did it as a joke.
Yeah, did you see that? Did you see this or hear about this?
I did not.
See, I didn't see that until the next day.
Yeah. So that first batch of pictures, it was just a dude uploading pictures of himself. He did it as a joke, and then it went too far, and then he had to delete his account. Because we had the name of the person, but it was his pictures.
I would like to know the stats on this. I'm going to guess, just based on some of the reactions that have been posted, that we may have set new records for people who either suspended or deleted their accounts.
You think so?
I have to think so.
How many people got fired?
There were, let's just say there were a lot of folks who tweeted their feelings and may have overstepped their bounds.
Oh.
To the point where
I didn't see any of this except for that guy.
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody else.
I mean, I saw,
or are you just
I saw a
assuming?
few retweets of the people before they suspended their account, but
interesting.
Yeah.
Jordan says, did Josh really just ask John if he read a book? Great point. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that question.
Well, John reads like manuals.
I read
manuals.
I bet you're a manual guy.
I read articles.
Just because I don't read.
He reads it for the articles, guys.
He reads the articles for the articles.
I read many articles online.
Mm-hmm.
Many.
You should open up a book. They're pretty cool these days.
Take a look. It's in a book.
They're even on Kindle. You could have a Kindle. It's like the computer.
But you give Jeff Bezos all your info.
I have to have a book.
But you don't have those.
I have plenty of books. I have many leather-bound books in my
library?
apartment. Smells of rich mahogany.
Mm.
I have a lot of books. There's a few I've been wanting to read, but never have.
Tell me more. Which ones? Book club? Are they novels?
There's this one that he's got.
Yeah,
It's about these kids that were orphaned and they've been living in this old train car.
The Boxcar Children, John. Those books are for children. This was the first ever book I read. Boxcar Children,
I
number
hated
one.
those books.
I have
Are you
never heard
about
of
to
these.
read a novel?
I have never heard of
What
these.
novel are you? There were kids' books when I was a kid.
My dad has a lot of
No, let's go back to
middle-aged
John.
man books that John might like.
I want to know what book John might be reading.
Well, I have the book based on the movie Lincoln, or the book
Oh, Team
the
of
movie
Rivals.
that the movie was based off.
It's like
of.
a 1,000-page book.
Yes, it's huge.
I want to try. How many Tom Clancy novels do you have?
I don't have any.
Interesting.
That is a surprise.
If I were to read books,
Dads love
it would
Tom
be
Clancy.
nonfiction.
World War II.
It'd be nonfiction. I'm not a fiction reader.
Bummer.
I would prefer just to movies or television, whatever.
Stephen King.
Nope, that's fiction.
I know it is. Very sad.
A lot of good.
There's a
fiction,
whole
but-
world out there, John.
But the movies are better.
Imagine. Oh no.
Imagine.
No.
I want to imagine
Yes,
John.
the movies are better.
I want to imagine John reading Dune and having takes on Dune.
I've never read Dune.
Nah, I saw the very original. I was like, I'm good.
Kevin wants to know if you read Hero of the Underground. was the Jason Peter book. I
No.
read that in college. He was your coworker
for like 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, for some reason I thought you read or you worked with him a little longer than that. Yeah, never mind.
I don't remember how long it was, but
it wasn't that
seemed like
long.
about 3 weeks.
For some reason I thought you worked with him in Lincoln. Must be thinking of somebody else.
No.
Hmm.
No, I did not. Coming up at SEC Media Days today, Nick Saban throwing down the gauntlet.
Oh!
And what Greg Sankey had to say and how it relates to the future of college football.
Oh.
Because, he is
of the future of college football.
Basically the grand
He's controlling stuff.
Basically the grand poobah of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you like him or not. 1620 The Zone.
John,
What?
You know, it's already Monday, or it's only a Monday, but
It's already Monday.
It's already
I don't
Monday.
think that was ever been said before.
It's already
It's
Monday.
already Monday.
TGIM, am I right?
Now it's only Monday, John.
Yeah.
Let's restart this one. But soon it'll be Friday. And you're thinking, oh, is this another reminder that football will be a day closer? No, it's actually not.
Yeah,
it
please.
will be.
Please.
But it's not. This is a reminder that this week's zone deal is to Churco. 192nd and Q, ever-evolving menu, dynamic, fine dining experience. And this Friday, that's what we were talking about, Nick, Friday?
Yes.
At 9 a.m., get two $25 vouchers, a $50 voucher for just $25. Go to 1620thezone.com. Again, on Friday, which will then be another day closer to the following Monday.
And that's when I'll get to play the new college football game.
This is hilarious. Poor Nick. He's just going to be sitting online tonight watching all of his friends play video games, and Nick isn't going to be playing video games.
No, I'm probably going to play the show tonight.
He's going to play MLB The Show.
It'll still be there when you get there.
I'm not worried about it.
It's just
I didn't.
a few days away, John.
You know?
That's why I just pre-ordered it, but like at the normal price instead of spending more money.
But if you would have spent $50, you could have gotten it 2 days early. 2 hot days.
It's more than 50.
More than 50? I thought it was just $50 more.
Oh, more probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It can never be undersold. Trying to be nice about this.
Is this about the cable news channels again, John?
No.
Oh.
This is about my generation, John.
Partially.
What did Gen Z do this time?
But just how people are so anxious for something that they'll pay a premium price to get it a few hours ahead of when they normally could have gotten
It's
it.
FOMO, John. It's a psychological thing.
Hey, yeah, don't blame Gen Z for this. Trev Alberts fired a guy, and he could have saved $15 million if he would have waited a few weeks.
That's why I was saying it only was partially about his generation, though his generation probably experiences it more than most others. But yeah, everyone is. It's like, oh, I got to see this now. I'll pay an extra $25 or $50. I don't care. Versus, hey, let's wait 2 days and I'll pay the normal price for something that, you're still going to get plenty of use out of until the next version comes out and be like, I'll get rid of that one. It's old and crappy. But that's the way we've always been as a society.
But look at Nick, saving money, being smart.
Good for you.
He can
Thank
buy
you.
rice now.
I can buy rice.
And
Good
other
for you.
items. Proud of you, Nick.
Maybe vegetables for the rice.
Oh.
Good idea. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me more.
The House versus NCAA settlement.
Yeah.
According to the plaintiff's lawyer, that would be the Mr. Jeffrey Kessler, the
Jeffrey
proposed $2.8 billion settlement will not be, as originally hoped, submitted to a U.S. district court today.
Hoped.
This is the infighting that you were talking about.
In a telephone interview Monday morning, Kessler blamed infighting between the NCAA and its Power League co-defendants for the holdup. Quote, the NCAA and the conferences have been extraordinarily slow, and we are really pushing them to speed this up. They just have to get their act together, or frankly, we are going to go to court. An NCAA spokesman called Kessler's assessment of the situation inaccurate. I wonder how much of this has to do with the fact that the non-power conference schools are going to be asked to put in a greater percentage of the share when it comes to their NCAA tournament dollars that's going to pay for this settlement, and that's one of the holdups.
Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. No, it's a good speculation, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, as we have talked about quite a few times.
Because as many people have pointed out, most of the buyout or most of that money, that settlement money, is going to go to pay football players at Power 5 schools.
Yeah, exactly.
And shouldn't the power schools
Power 4
pay
schools.
more
they
of their share?
They have more money than the lesser schools do because they have football money, and the lesser schools or the non-football schools just don't have it. Yeah, I shouldn't call them lesser schools. The non-power schools don't have that kind of money.
Yeah,
because they are not anywhere near that level. That's interesting.
So
the line item that these schools are budgeting is not going to have to be used just yet, right? Is that what? This is saying?
That's. I mean,
as far as when does the first college athlete get revenue sharing, I think that timetable is still, I want to say no earlier than next fall, but it could be further back than that because, these things do move slowly.
Mm-hmm.
First, they gotta submit the paperwork. Then the judge in the case has to approve it. She could send it back to both parties and say, this isn't good enough. Send them back to the table, which kind of begins the process over again. Or she could approve it. There could be some edits, who knows? But I believe the first time a check would actually be cut to an athlete won't be until at least early next fall.
Yeah.
At least. Well, on that part, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, of course, gave his opening press conference at SEC Media Days. And one of the big talks around college sports is private equity firms. Could teams or conferences essentially sell some shares to private equity firms to get some spending capital to help pay for all this? And Sankey, this according to Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated, who was there today, said that a large portion of Sankey's speech is about not ceding authority of college athletics to outside actors to resolve problems. Quote, that responsibility lies with us. According to Dellinger, Sankey is sending a clear message. We don't need external forces. And again, the idea is, hey, if Big 12, if you want extra capital from private equity firms, guess what those private equity firms are going to want in return? They're going to want that money plus interest.
Yeah.
Because it's a big loan.
Yeah, I hope that this is something that continues to stay out of college football. Like a lot of this broke the week that you were gone ahead of the College World Series, and we just haven't had a chance to get back to it. But, as goofy as it would be if the Big 12 was the All-State 12, especially because they don't have 12 teams in the conference.
Right.
You know what? If that keeps it alive and if that staves off more realignment, like that's fine with me. This is the part of the sport where I would not want that to happen.
I agree.
And look, Sankey saying that makes sense. They can operate that way because they're the SEC.
And they've got the TV money.
Yeah, Petiti were to say it, it wouldn't surprise me. But it's not a surprise then that the Big 12 was one of the leagues that is apparently exploring this because they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to survive.
I have refrained from getting on my soapbox. I will merely just read this tweet and then move on.
Soap step.
But from Heather Dinich of ESPN, Greg Sankey said they will have a lengthy plan to come up with a tiebreaker for the league without divisions. Again, submitted for your digestion without opinion.
There you go.
From moi.
Good job. John, that was a good job.
Good job.
Stay off of the
I
soapbox.
will not be the type of person to say I told you so. But Mr. I told you so is warming up in the bullpen.
Yeah, you're just going to wait until December.
And then there was this from Nick Saban on the set of the SEC Network talking about Texas and the Southeastern Conference.
You know, what kind of tickles me is all these people asking these questions about how Texas always ran the conference they were in. They're not going to run the SEC. There's a whole lot of arrogant people in a lot of places in the SEC, so they can forget all about that. They'll be a good team and a great program, and Sark will do a great job, but that's not going to be a problem.
Did I miss something in terms of, was there like a question or questions about Texas running the Big 12?
Well, he says he's been hearing the talk. He's been hearing the talk, and that has been very popular.
Famously, last year was their first conference championship win in the league since 2009.
Yes,
it had been a while.
But the idea is by running the conference, meaning in the boardroom.
Oh, in that way.
By,
my bad. My bad. I was okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking he meant on the field.
No.
Yeah, that won't be happening.
No.
That is everyone has to play ball down there, which is a really cool part of that league, is that it, and like the SEC chants can be incredibly annoying, but it is all for one for all.
That is one thing that is a good that comes out of this is watching Texas have to swallow some of its ego.
Yeah.
Because they have. They famously ran the Big 12. They famously ran the Big 12 post Nebraska.
They famously ran the Southwestern Conference back in the day.
Yeah, they will not be running the SEC. Yeah, now the thing, if you're a Texas person, you just say, all right, well, let's be as good as we can on the field, on the court, on the field, not on the ice, but any sporting event. And that's where they can forget about power. Power is winning in the SEC. Can you win? Can you pick up championships? Can you be the team on the stage that is chanting SEC?
And honestly, not to defend Texas, because I certainly would never do that.
John says horns up.
The issues that might separate folks are different today than they were 20 years ago.
100%.
We were in the infant,
and certainly 30 years ago.
We were in the infant stages of what we now know as college sports today back in 2000, for example.
100%.
And so those types of differences aren't as divisive.
Yep.
Because now, and this is where schools like Texas have an advantage, any changes that are going to happen won't come without Texas being a part of them. In other words, they're going to be more in lockstep with Alabama, Florida, Georgia than they were with Nebraska, Kansas State, Iowa State 20 years ago.
100%.
Because the issues are now going to be more about who gets to play ball and who doesn't.
Yeah. And they're with a lot of like-minded individuals. They already moved on from the Longhorn Network. That's not a problem to have to worry about anymore.
Nope.
Now it's about making sure you have as much money as possible and you're good to go moving forward. By the way, Brian messaged us about the cost of the game. So if Nick would have done the deluxe bundle, he would have also gotten Madden. And so there was an extra Benny a part of it.
Yeah.
It was $170. How much did you pay for yours?
$70.
Wow, so it was an extra $100. And he goes, I don't care how much it was. I wanted to play it so bad.
$100 and you're getting a game that costs you $70?
But you get another game.
No,
the
$100.
But that's what I'm saying. The extra $100 gets you Madden.
And you get the game early.
Oh.
But then the $100 just gives you early access and some other
and Madden.
Gizmos. No, not the $100 option. The $100
No, I know. We're talking about the difference.
Yeah, the difference.
Yours is 70. His is 170.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
There was also a $100 option.
Does that one get it for you early too?
Yes.
Well, the good news, Nick, is you can go home tonight and watch Rockies baseball.
And you have $30 extra.
Oh, wait.
Nick, go buy something dumb with your $30.
Actually,
I
you
can
can't watch Rockies baseball. There's no Rockies baseball tonight.
Rockies
it's the
baseball
All-Star
tonight.
break.
Because
That's
it's
right.
the home run derby.
I can play
But it's
Rockies
the break.
baseball, John.
You can watch the Rockies participate in the home run derby.
He is going
Are there
to.
any?
No.
He is going to play MLB The Show.
I am.
Like an American does.
That's good.
I almost beat the Dodgers last night.
Wait, you can't even win? Can't even beat the Dodgers?
It's a video game.
Yeah.
That'd be easy.
Don't you just turn it down to the real easy level and kick the crap out of it?
I don't like doing that.
Are you
because
on
that's not
the
fulfilling.
highest level?
Not the highest level. I work my way up.
What's the highest level called? MVP?
I don't remember.
Hall of Fame?
Hall of
I
Fame.
think it is Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I like to work my way up just to get a feel for it, but
Okay.
I'm sucking even in the second or third hardest level because it's the Rockies.
I wonder if they're the same levels as they used to be on the NCAA game. It was always junior varsity, All-American, and then it was Heisman. Heisman mode was the hardest mode. Back when I was good, I'd play on Heisman mode. Go undefeated. Not to brag. I was pretty good. Not to brag. Yeah, I won't brag, but I was pretty good.
Well, coming up,
Not gonna brag.
content,
No bragging.
more Nick Saban audio. Somebody might have lost their job today.
What?
And not because of anything they may have tweeted on Saturday night.
Uh-oh.
But it's what they did to Nick Saban.
Oh, wow.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Before we get to content, a hearty welcome back to work, Andy Kendi. He's been out on the IL for the last 2 months. That was it was like a virus in his spine or something, like some really very weird thing kept him out for quite a while, but he is back to work tonight at KTV News Watch 7. So good to have you back, Andy.
Shout out Andy.
Welcome back.
You came back at the perfect time. There's a lot going on tonight in the world of sports.
Like this thing that we've somehow not talked about at all today.
What?
The NCAA video game is here. You got any FOMO?
Nope.
I do. I wish I played video games. Everyone seems so excited and happy. They're smiling. They're smiling.
A lot of people have bought a console just for this.
That seems interesting.
What? They're
Nothing.
smiling about a video game, not anything else, John? Yeah, I wish that I still play video games, but it's okay. I got my books, my novels, my fiction.
Well,
better than movies.
I mean, sure, it's cool to have something to look forward to, but just the idea of something that could like swallow up all of your working time. I don't know.
It's like The Sopranos, John. Some people like to binge TV. Some people like to binge video games.
Well, but the thing is, I usually just watch an episode and then I'm done.
Oh,
Well,
right?
then you can
Instead
play
of
a game and be done.
Oh, that's
You can
true.
do a game a week, a game a day.
It's like a chip, John. It's like a can of Pringles.
That's usually
Is
what
it-
I do when I
is
play
it
the show. I'll do
harder
a game
to
or two a
binge-
day.
Is it easier to binge video games or binge television shows? I would say it's easier to binge video games.
I can tell you that there was one instance where my friends and I had played for 15 hours straight, and we did not realize it.
And
Good
you wonder
Lord.
That was
why your house is filled with coffee.
Ha!
But it got a lot done, John.
I'm sure you got a lot done.
The MLB All-Star break is here. You got any updated thoughts on who you think is going to play for and win the World Series?
Give it up for Mike Schaefer's Cleveland Guardians.
They're doing good.
They're going to make it to the World Series, in my opinion.
Not the college ones.
No, they're going to play the winner of the Phillies Dodgers NLCS. I think after last year, how it was anti-chalk, I think this year we're going to get some chalk. So I think it'll be, let's go Phillies versus Guardians for the World Series.
Well, if the graphics worked today on the StreamYard.
Oh, did you have some fun stuff?
I did. So the Pacoda folks, the Baseball Prospectus, who does the preseason and then they update throughout the course of the season. The team with the best chance to win the World Series here at the All-Star break is the Phillies at 20.7%, followed by the Dodgers at 16%, followed by the Yankees at 12%. Yankees. Yeah, it's the New York Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah.
Nah, they'll fail like they usually do.
Then the Guardians at 9.8%. So they're
Let's go,
fourth,
Shafe!
They're fourth on the list.
Go, Shafe, go. So who's your pick?
Go,
Shafe, go.
This will be the Guardians' first time appearing as the Guardians, right?
It would, yeah.
I think, what did I have? Did I have the Braves and the
that's a
Yankees?
problem.
I think I had the Braves and the Yankees before the season, I think.
Wow, the Josh Hodson, a billion people World Series.
A billion people?
Just all the Yankee fans. They wear their hats and everything. I saw a kid running today wearing a Yankees hat.
People love to wear Dodgers hats or Yankees
Like,
hats.
bro, that's not even a running hat. Get a running hat like me.
Do you know Vans makes running hats?
No.
I think I'm going to get one.
Wow.
Here's a better idea. Just wear the Yankees hat and go to a ball game.
He was living in Omaha. John probably can't go.
Don't blow your knees out.
Take me out to the ball game. Knees are doing fine.
Anyway, somebody at SEC Media Days made Nick Saban go find his media credential.
It's a little different. I've never worn a credential in my life and was always for 17 years able to get into SEC Media Day without a credential. I had to go back to the room today and get my credential to get in. So that's one of the biggest changes I see. It's not like it used to be.
Is that SEC employee out of a job?
I like following the rules, John. I know you as a rule follower, you have to appreciate this. You can never be too safe.
The surprising thing is,
some people are way unsafe these days.
I mean, it's Nick Saban.
Yeah, well,
It's Nick Saban.
What if it's a guy wearing a Nick Saban mask? Remember the beginning of Mission Impossible?
Everybody should follow the same rules, John.
Yep. Yeah.
And
I would love to tell Nick Saban to get
and
his
having
credential.
been to events that ESPN has covered, their people kind of have the run of the place.
Yep.
And considering this is, I mean, it's basically their co-presentation. A little surprised that they would have asked him to go back and get his credential.
But you appreciate it, right?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Nick Saban is a good follower of the rules.
Oh, is he? Then why didn't he have the credential in the first place?
Well, he said he forgot it.
Forgot, or I've never had a credential. Tough
He's
luck.
just not used to wearing it.
Late stage Sabanism strikes again.
Maybe he just got distracted by his morning cream pie.
If you stepped onto the field for the first time as a coach, you'd probably forget to put the headset on.
Nah, I wouldn't do that. I'd win natties. I'd be the best coach they've ever seen.
You'd be like, why is it so loud and my ears are cold?
Ears are cold.
Because of the headphones.
Oh.
Keep your ears warmer.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
The end of list season in the NFL means there's only one thing left. QB rankings. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN has pulled coaches, execs, and scouts to rank the best of the best at the most important position in sports. The top 10, you ask? Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, not Allen Jackson.
No.
John. Stafford, Stroud, Rodgers, Goff, and Prescott. Fire away with your
All
takes.
right, first of all, Nick, of all the ones to scoff at the most, settle down with the Dak is a top 10 quarterback. He's probably right where he should be.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers at number 8. What are we doing here, folks? What are we doing here? Also,
he only played like 6 snaps last year.
Thank you.
But
for
the year
making
before
that.
that, he was pretty good.
He was pretty good. He was number 8.
No.
I like Joe Burrow. He is not the second best quarterback. Josh Allen's
Do you
a better
think it's
quarterback.
too early to tell with Joe Burrow? Because he's been not
Too
playing
early to
for...
tell because he
Burrow's been more clutch.
Yeah, but Josh Allen's a better overall quarterback.
You think so?
Yeah. If I were starting a team, I'd rather have Josh Allen.
I think I'd rather have Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he finishes one of these seasons. He's been a quarterback in the NFL for what, 4 years now, and he has only finished 2 seasons. Now they went to the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship in those. Once is it happening? Twice coincidence? 3 times a trend? I mean, the Herbert thing was pretty funny from Nick. Again, Rodgers, get out of here. What are we doing? Do you have any takes?
You have any takes, John?
I mean, it should be Stafford, then Mahomes.
Oh,
but other than
interesting.
that-
Yeah, nice.
Oh no! It's another list from ESPN. The top 10 NFL tight ends for some reason. Travis Kelce led the way, even though he was kind of average all season before the playoffs. Kittle was second, and then Mark Andrews, Sam Laporta, and TJ Hawkinson. Are these effing things done yet?
Of course not. They're just getting started.
Yeah, wait till the Athletic does their quarterback tier thing.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Sando, baby.
That's coming
Doesn't
up.
sound like a real name.
It's a real name. Well, I want to book him for the show.
Sorry, George Kittle's best tight end.
Yeah, I mean, we spent the entirety of last year saying, man, Travis Kelce kind of sucks. And his girlfriend is Taylor Swift. And then at the end, it
And
was
the
just...
whole thing's kayfabe.
Well, some of us said that. Others
The
who
smart people said it was kayfabe.
people who read books and recognize true love, they recognize
True love.
They recognize true love.
Maybe on Nick's Reddit pages, it's true love.
Nick's Reddit page.
But in all seriousness, yeah, I mean, credit to Kelce. He was able to turn it on at the very, very end in the playoffs.
Oh, he turned it on all right, John.
But in terms of start to finish, George Kittle, best tight end in the game.
Finally, the sports world is fairly quiet over the next few days. What will you do without any games of note?
We'll definitely not play the video game.
That's true. Neither of us will be.
I mean, I'll be fine.
Maybe a novel. Maybe you crack open a novel.
No.
Crack open a paper one with yourself.
Nice.
No, I'm good.
You gonna watch the cable news channels?
Yeah.
You watching Biden's interview tonight with Lester?
He's doing another one?
He's doing another
Is that
one.
a good idea?
No. He's definitely not dropping now, by the way.
I saw somebody said that he has the body of Mr. Burns.
Who?
From the
Biden
President
does?
B has the body of Mr. Burns.
Dude, watching him finish press conferences and then turn to leave is
He
like...
kind of walks like a
Well,
T-Rex.
yeah, he does kind of hold his hands out like
Painful.
a T-Rex.
Like Mr. Burns.
We'll continue our Breaking Bad rewatch.
I
We'll
mean, I've
finish
got
season
the
1
boys.
tonight.
I'm watching the
Yeah, where are you at in
boys.
the boys now? You done with
Started
season 2?
season 3.
Nice. So you know who was exploding heads.
Yes.
Yeah, you found that out. Yeah. That was the
Exploding
end of
heads and other things.
Oh, yeah. That was the end of season 2.
Yeah, no, I'm
I think John's passed me now.
I'm making good progress.
Good. There's one episode left in the current season, so you probably won't get caught up for that. That's like
How many
Wednesday.
years is that supposed to go?
One more after this.
Oh, so they've set the bar, they've set the end game.
Indeed.
And then we're
By the way, Severe says the number one ability is availability. So Burrow got to go down a little bit. Those are my words, the latter part.
It does sound
I
like
mean,
something
that's
Severe would
fair.
say.
That's fair, but I mean,
he's really good. Do not get me wrong. Joe Burrow is awesome. I just would rather have
part
Josh
of this
Allen.
is that Cincinnati hasn't protected him very well.
No, that's true. But I mean, his last injury, I mean, it's just so weird. Of all the injuries to have, guy can't grip a football anymore. That was odd. Football. It's so close. In our previous segment or break, we planned out 25 teams and 25 grums. The excitement in the studio was palpable. Nick is just happy because he can now book guests.
Well, coming up, what's for dinner?
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down,
we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It was like that scene from The Exorcist, except
Yes, just like that.
Nice.
Real quick, what's for dinner? Good question. But we had steak last night.
Oh, nice.
It was delicious.
We are doing teriyaki chicken thighs, rice, and broccoli.
Oh, that sounds
very
good.
excited. Very excited.
It sounds like we're going to get pizza from Lighthouse.
Oh, you love Lighthouse.
I do love Lighthouse.
I'm trying
It's
to
my favorite pizza.
new pizza place tomorrow.
Well, last night we had what, episode 5?
Episode 5 of 8.
We did. Oh, I thought
Very-
it was 4.
Of the Hot D.
Very talky episode.
Very
It
talky
was.
episode. I should have seen that coming,
Oh, yeah,
given
after
all the
last week.
action that happened in the
Yeah.
one before.
And spoiler alert for any discussion. So we talked about the king.
Mhm.
Our prediction holds true for
Yep.
at least one more
Yep.
week.
Yep.
Dude, when they're pulling off the armor from his...
Oh, that was nasty.
Also, his brother, man. He's like a piece of garbage, but I really like him. It's like a character. He's a
a good
great
heel.
He's a really
He's a
good
good heel.
Damon.
Yeah.
Every time he has like, you know how when you look at a cat and it looks like they're smiling?
You think that's what he looks like?
That's just what he looks like all the time.
Great chin.
Mhm.
Massive chin.
So what's going to happen? It looks like Princess Rhaenyra and her husband, the uncle husband,
Damon.
Damon. Jeez, I'm terrible with these names.
Damon,
that
don't call
Damon.
me Benning Targaryen.
It sounds like
yeah.
we're going to get to a head here.
Yeah, and what's going on with him?
Because he is definitely leaned into the whole "I'm the king."
I'm
bit.
the king. I'm the king.
And,
He's having a spiral.
Dude, he is not having fun at Harrenhal.
and she's wanting to, get her clone army ready to go to battle.
Oh, nice. Good reference, John.
And
there's new dragons that are about to pop up now.
there's new dragons.
Look
Babe,
at all
wake
these
up.
books.
Babe, wake up, new dragon dropped.
Yeah. Look, we have all of our lineage
Yeah.
in these books.
Then once again, the Targaryens just do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
Because her son, he's like, what if I just go to the Riverlands? And
Yeah.
he did.
And he did.
They're very spur of the moment people.
They really are.
Yeah.
Not a lot of calculation. It's just
Targaryens are
like-
idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not a
well,
big fan of the Targs. I wouldn't
No.
want to be ruled by them.
I would not either.